stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win. I don't want no fake love, I want the real stuff. Everybody listen up, cause I'll only say it once. I'm gonna show you all the path, if you want it bad. I'm gonna show you where it's at, yeah, how you can get it back. Yeah, cause I ain't never done, I'll be number one. Working hella hard until I get just what I want, yeah. Rises like the sun, yeah, fatal like a gun. Shooters gonna shoot and I'm gonna shoot until I won, yeah. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my only medicine, yeah. Everything I do, I'm just being genuine, yeah. I'm sick of being screwed, feel my own adrenaline, yeah. I do just what I do, and I hope you let me in, yeah. I'm grateful, oh yeah, able, oh yeah, I'm stable, oh yeah, no label, oh yeah, you know me. I have only a path, I'm lonely, but damn, I'm going to win, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. I am the Dreadist, and welcome to my shop of all horror and dread. Please take a seat, because today we are playing Amnesia, the Dark Descent. But first, let me greet my wonderful viewers. First, Zeph being the first for the 11th time. Congratulations! I was playing Zomboid, the notif scared me. Ooh. I got to jump scare Zeph with a stream notification. That's coming off of my 2026 bucket list. Checkmark edit. And welcome in, Lily. How are you doing? Oh, and there's the brick. Thank you, Zeph. And welcome in, Brick. It's so nice that you decided to join me. The now that I look at that emoticon, it makes me wonder about the physics of such a thing, but let's not get into that, because today we have our work cut out for us. You see, this is the beginning of a new week. And actually, it makes me wonder, is it the first or the second week of 2026? It started with a kind of week fragment, so does that count as a full week, or it doesn't? But that would mean the last week of 2025 and the first week of 2026 are the same. Interesting. Keeping time is a rather complex endeavor, but one thing is for sure. Today is Monday. And most people are back at work. A fact that they would most likely want to forget. So what is a better fitting game to play today than Amnesia, the Dark Descent? And no, I am not even remotely done with my terrible puns. And yes, they might be simple and silly. What one thing that my terrible puns are not is forgettable. You were 3 minutes late. I saw. You saw? What did you saw? You started a new woodworking stream, maybe? That would be rather interesting. Or is that some new slang for chiseling your muscles? I'm not really up to date with the gym culture. Your tree! No! Leave my tree alone! Do I have a tree? But you see, I don't live in a tree house, as in a house built on a tree, but my shop is mostly built out of wood. Stop sawing my shop! First Zeph is destroying my windows and now you are going after the walls? What is wrong with you people? Do you not have a tree? I mean, I live in the middle of a forest, but I don't particularly have any of the trees. They're their own entities. You can't just go around and own a tree. Trees are not pets, unlike humans. But that's another thing. So no, I don't have a tree. I don't think so. But let me get my notes, because obviously I came prepared. Oh, here it is. Here's my... Oh, I left it on top of my PlayStation 4 and it's rather hot. Uh-oh. Try not to burn down the shop. So, you see... last time around, I do believe, we made it to 91 tinderboxes collected. Actually, not last time around, but before that. And so I assumed, because I had 91 out of 151, that I could finish the game the last stream. But, well, I couldn't. But we made it all the way to 130 tinderboxes. He's gonna burn his shop, then say we are the danger. Hey. I never burnt down my shop entirely. We don't talk about that time. How are you, Dready? Oh goodness. People just can't stop with the nicknames. But I am actually rather well, I have to say. Tired as always, exhausted, but I started working on some little hobbies, old ideas that I have, and I'm rather excited about them, even though that means I have even less space on my not at all spacious desk. But now that you are here, Nakio, I was watching a stream the other day, or rather I got a notification about it, and a certain streamer was playing Expedition 33, and they said how they know this game is that one sad French game. Do you agree with that? Is Clair Obscur such a sad game? Is it snow around your shop lately? Yes. Do you have anything to do with that? As I mentioned, since my connection with the mortal realm strengthened a bit, thanks to all of my wonderful viewers, I get to enjoy the cold weather. Yeah, that was not necessarily the part I was looking forward to. Yeah, alright. Nope, I don't control snow. Sorry. Yes, that's why you are hiding beneath so many layers of fabric and coats and scarves. Apparently Nekio is not a big fan of the cold. He likes warm things. Extremely hot things. And no insects. No insects at all. So, today, let me see my notes. We are looking for 21 tinderboxes. That will be a breeze. Yeah, like warm trees. Don't even think about setting my shop on fire. No. No. Zeph is the local arsonist here. You need to do something different. Do your unique thing. No setting the forest on fire. Even though I'm pretty sure it's impossible to set the forest on fire, it's so cold out there now. Well, it's actually not overly warm here. There only can be one. Yes? Only one arsonist for a forest. Otherwise, things get out of control. Oh, yes. Ha ha ha. And I think we are looking for... I have no clue how many notes, but I do remember that I found one note that I think I missed the previous time. So, in theory, there's only one note that I am missing overall. I can create light in your forest instead if you want. I mean, like, a lot of light. Light? Well, you could light up my mood. And that is rather fitting. Today we are looking for tinderboxes to illuminate this game. After all, it's called A Dark Descent, but not for long. So, I collected 42 out of 44 notes the first time around when I played this game. Rather decent. And I found one that I think I missed last time. And that could turn into an interesting test, you see. Because if I find the last missing one before collecting all of them in this playthrough, if I get the trophy, that means the trophy is tracking the collected notes across playthroughs. If I have to collect all of them to get the trophy, then you have to do it in one separate playthrough. But that's a little side note. In front of everyone? You trying to sell me in your shop? Kenki? Well, to be perfectly honest, I don't really have many customers, but there are a few rooms in the back, you see. Well, really there are only 2, but let's just keep things to my bedroom. That would be for the better. So, let's start up the game and let's get this trophy, because it just escaped my grasp the last time around. And I'm having none of that. I'm getting my trophy. One way or another. And so far, in theory, we didn't miss anything. If I did, ooh, that will be heart-shattering. Also, anyone who might be interested, because I'm playing so much Amnesia lately, and I'm also following the creator's profile on Blue Sky. Apparently, Frictional Games is celebrating some Amnesia-related event. I'm honestly not sure what, because the game released in 2010, and now it's 2026, so that's an odd anniversary. And also, they announced a new game that they are developing, but it's more like Soma. It has, I think, nothing to do with the Amnesia franchise, which makes sense because they like to go back and forth between ideas and not just keep working on one franchise. That's a clever idea because that way they always get to work on something fresh. So, for example, after The Dark Descent, they let another studio work on A Machine for Pigs. They worked on Soma, and then they created Rebirth, and then I think actually The Bunker, and now they are working on something else. However, they are releasing some merchandise for the game. One I actually shared. It was a t-shirt with Agrippa's head printed on it, if you're into that. But they are also releasing a really nice art book for Amnesia. I think it is only for The Dark Descent, but I didn't check the details, to be perfectly honest. If you want to see it, don't forget to check out their page. I mean, if you want those trophies, I cannot go to your bedroom. I'll distract you too much. Okay. Okay, well, Nekio, here's the thing. I do like trophies in games. Even though I am not at all dependent on them. If I don't like a game or it's really difficult to get something and I'm not enjoying it, I just leave those trophies. But also, I'm not in quite a rush. You can see that my latest and actually rarest trophy I have is right here. I unlocked this on the 8th of August, it seems, 2025. This trophy can wait as well, so don't worry about that. You can just sell Nekio, we are married, unless I'm getting a big part of the money. Now I have to say, first of all, thank you Schmoozer for the check-in and the care package. But I have to say, I don't know much about law and marriage and all that. I heard that if someone dies, well, one of the parties dies from a married couple, the other would inherit, well, pretty much everything, except if there are children, and then it gets complicated, and obviously if there's a will. But I don't think you can sell your partner, or if your partner gets sold, you have an argument to get most of the money. I am getting the big part. It's my body, thank you. And he kinda did just say that I pass before the trophies, right? You pass? Nekio, we are not in school. What are you talking about? I forgot. No, you didn't. You're perfectly here in time for my adventures in this lovely game, which is no longer a Christmas game because it's no longer Christmas. You can get the big part, just not of the money. So while they decide how to divide the money they will get for Nekio, let's start the game. Where the heck am I? Okay, so we have... No, I want all of it. The big, the hard, and the money. And the fire. Wow. That reminds me of a joke I just heard earlier on YouTube. When... what was it? What does the egg tell the boiling water before they get put into it? I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I can get hard. I just got laid by a chick this morning. I rather like that pun. So, we have 36 tinder boxes. Let's write it down. Now, why I write it down? Because if I manage to forget noting down finding a tinder box, I can still use these little noted down numbers to figure out how many I gathered. No, where the heck are we? Oh, that's a bug. Oh, I know where we are. So Dreadist an egg now? What? Since when? Oh, that was just a joke I heard. Oh, goodness. Oh, no.
No time for sitting around.
It's so easy for you because well, you can't move, so good point. Stop telling me that I'm going to rip your head off. Okay, so where are we going next? Because I might have forgotten actually. What was that sound? Nah. Let me see. I know I've been here. If I'm not mistaken, I got all of the things in here. Choir entrance. Okay. This is where we need to go. So 2 tinder boxes and 1 diary entry. Anyhow, are these the tunnels under your shop? Oh no, no, unfortunately the tunnels underneath my shop are not as elegantly built. I have to say, the workmanship here is rather beautiful. I'd love to live in such a place. So let me see, we are looking for 2 tinder boxes, 1 diary entry, and hopefully nothing will be missed. Oh, I wanted to visit them with you. Too bad. Main hall. No. We are not going to the main hall just yet. You wanted to visit them. I don't think the tunnels underneath my shop are safe, to say the least. I mean, most people don't really get past the basement. Right, ouch. As always, hitting my face. Now let's look for whatever we can find here. Nothing. Nothing. So we have to find the 2 tinder boxes first. Then we can worry about everything else. So, hammer tinderbox. That's 1. We're looking for another one. If I'm with you, I should be safe though, right? Safe from many things. But you might not be safe from one particular monster. I mean, in my basement, I think I'm the biggest hazard. Nah, let's see. Oh, what nice drawings. Alright, so we found the tinder boxes, and I think the note is right here.
15th of August, 1839. The blood wards are failing. The shadow beckons, and its cry disarms my actions. Hurry. No time to spare. You have to kill another. Alexander produces a knife. He wants me to cut the flesh. Do it. Save yourself. He is a murderer, Daniel. He is evil. A cold-blooded killer. Hurry.
I love how the reasoning is that this person is a cold-blooded killer, because we are not. Like, what are we doing exactly? Nice dagger. But one rather nice detail is, since the cuffs are built into this table and they cannot be adjusted, you would wonder, well, I do, how does that fit every sized person? And the answer is actually they don't. So you can see that his knees are slightly bent, and as far as I see, his wrists are a bit further away from his body, so even a larger person could fit on this table, you see? Good design. He's a murderer, Daniel, so become a murderer too and kill him, huh? Yeah, sound logic. We are a warm-blooded killer, obviously. That is actually true. But why do people say that someone who kills is cold-blooded? I don't think the idea is that a snake or some creature with cold blood would be more likely to kill something. So I guess the idea is how we say someone who is angry is can feel his blood boil. With the same idea, someone who stays cool and collected does something cold-blooded. Because it's premeditated. Oh, it's not. I just
Alexander,
pick up the
must
dagger.
let me be. I have to concentrate. Take the man, cut the lines, cut the flesh, watch the blood spill, let it come.
Yeah, stop telling me what to do. I know what to do. It's not in the heat of the moment, but it was a plan carried away. No, right here, no. I just do the thingy.
I didn't do anything. Paint the man, cut the lines. Paint the man, cut the lines. Leave the man cries. Now you see. I did well. One life for another. You hear me, guardian of the orb? I did all this for you. Now, once more, withdraw your shadow from my domain.
Hey, who stopped? Who closed the door? Oh wait, no one closed the door? Then what is happening? Who want to put his head into a snake's head? I'm not sure that was the video you mentioned. Welcome in, Elior. Snake's mouth. Sorry, it makes most sense this way. Yeah, it kind of does.
Alexander, there isn't much time. I can feel it. We must act swiftly. I will do whatever it takes.
I do like how there are two sacrificial chambers, because, you know, if one is occupied, you can still use the other one.
Do whatever it takes.
Ooh, there's blood. Let's touch it. After the man had secured the prisoner, the ritual began. Okay, and what's here? Ah, can't do anything. But it was a nice visual how the petals fell here, indicating that this is part of the main story. So what is the story of this game? Are you a psychopath who hears voices? No. The voices we hear are actually memories coming back to Daniel, the main character, because, well, let's say that he did some questionable things, and his idea, which is, well, not the brightest, but his idea was that he would drink a potion that will make him forget about pretty much everything, and write himself a letter, which we read in the beginning of the game, that informs actually himself that things are looking bad, and he will not explain anything because that would just make things more complicated. So instead he just tells his future self to go descend into the darkness beneath the castle and find a man called Alexander and kill him, because he's bad. And throughout the game we actually learn from notes and memories and all kinds of things that, well, yes, Alexander is indeed pretty bad, and Daniel also did some nasty things as he followed Alexander's guidance. No, we just forgot. Yeah, we kind of did. Oh, so Psycho who forgot he's a psycho. Okay. No, it's more complicated. Yes. But we were his dragon? Really? We were? I mean, here's the thing. So, the overall story is that Alexander's dragon, yeah. We did as he commanded. I mean, in the beginning. Then we had a change of heart. So the overall story is that Daniel had no spine. He was so scared of the orb. Finally, someone who agrees with me on Alexander being the main villain is all nice and good, but Daniel is also rather unlikable. So the overall story is that Alexander is a baron in Prussia who is actually from a different world. As we later learn, it's called the Dark World. Now Daniel is just a guy from England, I do believe, and he goes on an expedition into Algeria, I do believe, and there he, as an assistant actually, he stumbles into a tomb and finds an old relic called an orb, and well, he manages to shatter it, which makes the leader of the expeditions ever so happy. So he, in the nicest of ways, sends him home, saying that it's to protect Daniel since he got trapped in the tomb, and that's terrible. And in his own journal he just says, oh my goodness, I've been working to find the orb for so long, and this absolute moron shattered it. The point is, the orb is an ancient relic, and it is guarded by an invisible entity called the Shadow, which starts following Daniel, and after a few people dying, Daniel realizes that people with whom he met are dying for no reason, and so he figures out that the Shadow is a thing, and he also manages to put the orb back together. Now after that, he ends up in Alexander's castle because he looks for help, and Alexander says that he can, since the orb and the Shadow are actually connected to his original world. And so Daniel comes here and does whatever Alexander says. Now in the beginning it's more understandable. Later on it turns into murdering people. Well, we actually learned that Alexander did way worse, since he's been torturing people for a long time, because he was actually trying to return to his home. That's his entire goal. And so when Daniel contacts him, he invites him to his castle because he needs the orb to return home. And at the same time he's kind of trying to help Daniel, but at the end, after I think killing a child, Daniel kind of realizes that killing a whole bunch of people just to save himself is a questionable moral practice, so he drinks the potion and tells himself, well, Alexander is just a terrible person, and you have to kill him. And that's pretty much the entire story. And let me see. Daniel had no spine, he was so scared of the orb, yes. And Alexander rode the dragon? Okay, horror yaoi. No, it's none of that, even though the game contains multiple penises. Oh, no, orb. I guess I can commit some war crimes to save my sorry butt. Daniel. Yes, that's pretty much it. No dragon sex. Yeah. Also, dragon is archetype, not as actual dragon. Oh, less fun. Yeah, I know. Also, Alexander is very, very old. It would be another kind of conversation there. I'm actually not sure how old Alexander is, because in Prussia, I do believe, I don't know that entire storyline in this game, but Alexander with other nobles, I would assume, formed this group called the Black Eagle, and it is mentioned that he is a founding member, but on the meetings he always appears, even though years go by and people die and their children and grandchildren take their place, but Alexander is just staying there. Getting bubble tea, thank you for the lurk. And don't forget your break. Oh, okay, never mind. Nope. Okay, so Nakio is not into old people. He's like centuries old and a bit of a skinny legend. You know, let go of his twink era. He is rather skinny. So we hate Daniel. I'm actually not sure about that. Because the game has multiple endings, and really the game itself and the narration never comments on anyone's acts, which is a nice neutral way of storytelling. You are presented with memories, with notes, with what happened, and you decide who's in the right or who's in the wrong. Me personally, throughout most of the game, I could say that Daniel was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and didn't know better. So I don't necessarily blame him for getting people killed unwittingly in England, because he didn't know that the shadow existed. The leader of the expedition, I do believe, knew it, the professor, but he said nothing about it. Now, during the ending of the game, especially this part that you just watched, and from this point on, it shows that, as Uriarte said, as the shadow drew closer and closer, Daniel just did whatever, and I think that's really the point where he kind of lost the sympathy of most players. Everyone named Daniel is suspicious of murder. Daniel is just his moral compass is not compassing. No, it is it is not. I don't think Daniel is evil. I think Daniel is very easy to manipulate to do evil. Oh, wait a moment. That's better. That's actually a good point, and let's not forget that Alexander is really good with reasoning and making people do his bidding. In that way, he is a rather interesting character. Zephno, retrieve the brick! Not necessarily. Nekio... Oh, we are married, alright. Yes, Nekio and Zeph are married, and apparently there's a lot of trust between them. Good to know. Okay. Alexander is also not true evil. He has a goal and he doesn't mind sacrificing people to achieve it, but he wouldn't do it if it wasn't needed. Yes, that's actually a good point. I do believe I mentioned it during one of my long rants about the game, that I don't think you can definitely say that Alexander is a psychopath, because well, maybe yes. He doesn't get any enjoyment out of torturing and killing people, in my own opinion. He is just entirely indifferent to the value of human life, which kind of makes sense, as interestingly as that might sound, because he is from another world and the creatures living there are somewhat more advanced. Apparently shooting it doesn't help. Yes, sometimes shooting it doesn't help. For example, in this game, you have to get out your little drill and do the work manually, no shooting. Oh, look at those. What a nice little hearts there. Business marriage. Not sure what that kind of marriage is, but oh my goodness. What are those packs? Bringing such into my pure chat. Let's see. Choir, main hall. We actually have no no part or area here called choir main hall. I do have a choir with 9 tinder boxes, so once again I have to check what we will find. Pure chat? Yes. Well, my chat can be pure. Not my mind, but my mind is not part of the chat. Pure chat, he forgot he wants me to wait for him in his bedroom. I didn't say that in my chat. I am pure, you see? Alright, this lovely place. So...
What are my intentions, Daniel? Salvation. It used to be yours, but now you only seek misplaced revenge. How do you justify your violence? Is it for the greater good? Are you doing the world a service? It is you who caused all this pain and death. If you had accepted your fate and submitted to the orb when you first discovered it, none of this would have happened. It is curiosity in league with your selfishness that is killing us both.
He's not entirely wrong. Oh, this place, yes, this place. So, this is a maze of sorts, and there is a creature roaming here, other than me, which is concerning. But I have to figure out if there's anything here. Yes, there is. Well, frick. Hint, the creature is not a friend. Oh, he's rather alright. I think he's a gatherer. Well, that's 1. We are looking for 9. This will be so much fun. Now, this place is confusing, at least to me, because I think there's actually a bridge. So I will have to somehow divide it into areas and look around all of these pillars. I mean, rather nice pillars, I have to say. The FOV is so bad. I mean, I can't see anything that isn't right in front of my face. Alright, Zeph is in lurk, makes 1 part. We have to keep out of context. Nekio, me, Dread aren't pure, makes 3 unpure to 1 pure mixture. But I'm very pure, you see? I guess the purity level is important. I'm back, heyo! He's in stream, he's not chat. That's also a good point. That's a rather good point there. What's this? Oh, found the bridge. Found the bridge. Oh, I will get murdered here. I don't even know how many times, but I will get murdered here. The simple sound. Now we got 2. I have no clue where the creature is, because I understand that Daniel is going crazy, but I'm not necessarily sure why, other than the sound. Okay, nothing in this coder. But murdered in like a cute way? I'm not sure. That depends on the gatherer. And yes, murdering can be indeed cute, with lots of glitter. I can go there. This is a pillar. So this is the point in a horror game when I disregard the horror to such an extreme that I could imagine myself just slowly moving around, crouching and bumping into the gatherer, and the gatherer would be like, hey, you are supposed to be scared, and I'm like, sorry, I'm looking for tinderboxes. After that we can do our little chase and all that, but for now, no. Ooh, look at that, it's a friend. Oh my goodness, is it holographic glitter? It can be. Yes, I will censor it with pink glitter goo, if you have some. Well, you see, glitter and blood are rather similar in some fashion. One of the similarities being that they get everywhere and they are rather difficult to clean up. Even though I think glitter is even worse. So here's the problem. There is this idea that if you are in a maze, you should start following one wall and you will get to the exit, because you are pretty much just going around the outline. That makes sense. Here I'm trying to do the same thing, but because I have absolutely no idea about the number of columns or the size of this place, I'm in a rather difficult situation. Let me see. Homie, I have bags of holographic glitter at home. Glitter is a mess to clean up, it is. And glitter has this rather annoying property that it taunts you. Because you think you cleaned it up and you look everywhere and there's no glitter to be seen. But then you move. And the reflection changes and you just see one in the corner of your eye, just reflecting some light and telling you, haha, you missed me. And then you get that one, and then another one pops up, and it never ends. Now let me see. Sounds right. Will I still use it? Yes. I mean, yes, it's like saying that because of blood, you shouldn't have some fun every now and then. It's just part of the cleanup process. Can I put glitter in my bed? Pretty please. I don't have a bed actually. I'm not sure. I guess some of those bed bombs have glitter in them. I don't recommend it if you don't want your whole body to have glitter, externally and internally. Now, because we are talking about the bed that is rather clean, but the image in my head is anything but. Dready would probably enjoy that. Oh, so, Dread, I have found glitters that I haven't used in months. Months! Yes. So that means you should use them? I have seen a glitter piece on me of a glitter I haven't used in 5 months. And I was like, how the heck? But that's rather easy. Because you see, the glitter hides, right? They don't want to be found. They want to be the last surviving remnant. A memory, in a way, you see. So glitter is rather good for that, because when you are cleaning up, let's say behind your desk, then you will see all sorts of glitter and you will remember, oh, I made my nails that color 2 years ago. That was a good time. I have a bag with metallic colorful confetti. I will make it more tiny and give it to the creator of chaos. I'm not sure if that's a wise idea. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. It's green. It can't hide from me. I'm the green radar. But actually you see radars often have a green background. Not sure why. Metallic confetti sounds fun. Metallic looking. Well, if it really was metallic, you could at least use a magnet to gather it, pick it up, but no, I'm pretty sure it's just painted paper or maybe some plastic. I like that. I have metallic nail polish. Actually, I saw the image you posted about your New Year's nails. And here's the thing. I know that you said it's not that nice. It's all over the place and all that. Like, all the time you say that your work is not nice. But I was looking at it and I was thinking, how did you manage to create the triangular shapes and the lines and the stripes parallel? Because without a stencil or something, which I'm not even sure if you could use for a nail, I would definitely try to use it because I just think like that. But how do you do that? How do you freehand paint parallel lines and triangles? It's like, what is that a magic? I got distracted. The scream made me jump. Well, this is a horror stream, and I mean that scream is rather good for keeping my viewers on their tippy toes, because you never know what will happen here. Not necessarily. Most metals are not magnetized. Fair enough. It's foil, yeah. Do you put nail polish on Dready? No, I never tried. I thought about it and someone tried to convince me. I did have striping tape. I didn't freehand it. I placed tape on my nails, then painted, then peeled the tape off. Boom, lines. And that's brilliant! See that? That's really, really clever. But still, you managed to place it so symmetrically and you centered it and it looked great. I have my own tea. And I have mine. I don't know what happened with this tea. It is satisfying. I'm not sure how I managed to create this tea because the bottom of the cup is warm, but the top of the tea is cold. So apparently hot tea is heavier than cold tea, which I think actually works the opposite way, but you know, that's just physics. How did you? That makes no sense. Yeah, my RAM doesn't always make sense. I accepted that a long time ago. You should have convection. Sometimes the laws of physics just break. And no, not really. Real life is really good with keeping those laws intact. Games, on the other hand, especially games like these with 18 plus content, oh, they are tricky. How the heck will I see what I'm looking for like this, huh? I understand, Schmoozer, you want to think of your children, but I can't be looking for tiny tinderboxes like this. I don't even know where I am. I actually don't even know where the creature is that I'm in theory hiding from. Which is good. That's evil schmooze. Ooh, an evil schmoozer. I'm interested. I'm an adult! Good. Everyone here should be. So, if you're not an adult, put your hand up. You'll get a specialized gift from me. In form of a pen. Yeah, New Year. Slight different schmoozer. Oh, I didn't know you changed every year or so. That's interesting. I like. Oh, you kept the emoticon without the fire? That's nice. Okay, so I think we managed to look around here, except if the developers put a tinderbox on one of the pillars, which I mean they could, but I only checked their bottom, so I guess we're looking around some more, because I'm looking for 9 of them here and I only found 2. However, the thing is, I rather like this eerie soundtrack in the background and this reddish haze. Yeah, someone extinguished my fire and I'm out of matches. Good. Good. That is great news, you see. One safety rule around Schmoozer: never give her matches, lighters, or any sort of fire starter. It will end badly. Maybe I shouldn't walk down there. Okay. Huh. Wonder what that is. Oh, I can use rocks. But hopefully you don't know how to start a fire with rocks and you will just tire yourself out. Alright. Area number 2. I know how. Oh goodness. Okay, no rocks around Schmoozer either. Oil. Tinderbox. You see, if you are a trophy hunter, you can find joy in the smallest of things. Let's oil knock you up. I mean, I have a bit of oil and a bit in the lantern. Not sure if it would be enough to cover the surface area of all those muscles. But actually, speaking of trophy hunting, I do admit that I'm slightly mad. Well, slightly. But I have to say, some other trophy hunters, their dedication is rather amazing. That's one more. Did he consent to that? Well, I don't know if Schmoozer asked him, but really the idea died with the concept, since I don't think I will have enough oil in this playthrough ever again for such a big task. Mad? Why? Well, a number of reasons. I meant Nekio to be oiled up. Oh yes, yes, yes. I know. I know. I'm not sure if he would be interested, but we don't have the oil anyway. So I was watching Urite's stream of UFO 50, which is apparently a collection of 50 usually smaller games. And there was this one game where the player is tasked with robbing 20 trains. There are 20 levels, and you have to rob the trains, and you collect stars by playing through the levels in time and killing all the guards and not killing anyone, kind of like a pacifist run. And the idea is... Oh no, you're gonna roast him. No, we are not... What? What is happening in my chat? I mean, it's cold and you don't want oil on your clothes, so ask for consent first. Well, first of all, yes, that's a good point, and I would definitely do that. Also, maybe Schmoozer planned it differently, but I kind of assumed clothes would not be involved. It's to prepare Nekio. For what? Well, I leave this for your imagination. Oh no, you're gonna roast him. Oh, you might be. You might be actually right. Wait, if you're roasting something, why do you oil it up? I mean, it's not a bad idea because it can hold all the spices, but you have to add the spices to the oil first. Or you just sprinkle it on. Kind of, maybe works. Would DreadistVT like to receive my oiled up body? Because that's my next destination. Why would I roast you on my bed? That's not how you do spit roasting. No! Then you'd get oil on old Dread's sheets. Yes! Yes, that's no good, and that's a fire hazard. No, not at all. My belly hurts from laughing. It's terrible, all these crazy ideas people have around here. They want me to roast Punekio. Why would I do such a thing? Have I been here before? I have no clue. Oh no, another parent. So I guess no oiled up Nekio. But first you have to consent to it. Then we can talk about the details. Oh, so you consent. Well, oh, I shouldn't get into this. But there is this concept of implied consent. Artists like it. Fan fiction writers really like it. I don't. So I ask. Let's say Nekio reacted like I thought he would. No, I have to think of his bed. You see? Nekio respects my bed, and I respect that. But back to the topic. So Urite was playing this game, and the idea is that I guess he assumed, and quite logically so, that he would need to gather all 3 stars on all 20 levels to get the cherry. The cherry being like a platinum trophy in each game in the collection. So you have to gather 1 cherry for each game, 15 total. And he got the cherry earlier for some reason. I'm not sure how the game exactly works. And he kept going. He collected all the stars, even though he already got the kind of 100% completion. And that dedication I greatly respect. Let me see. Thank you for the hug. Communication is important. Yes, it is. Even though, for my taste, that is often overlooked on the internet. The rats are a bit sleepy today, aren't they? Sleepy? Yeah, I can say it's like that. You mean my internet? Not perfect. I'm gonna go to shower now. No, you guys cannot join. Okay. Can I what? I won't join. I will be at least 2 feet away. Okay, let's make it free. Tinderbox. Yeah, get rid of all that oil and drive out. No oiling happened. It was just an idea. Not even Dread. That would mean he would have to be absent from his stream, you know. No, he doesn't. I can multitask. Fair. Do you want to learn a word in Spanish? Yes, I actually want all the time, but I don't want to nag you about it on your streams. That I only heard in this game. But I will be honest, I didn't even know this game had a Spanish dub. Maybe it has. Many games actually support Spanish, which is nice to see. But now that I think about it, the game itself doesn't use that many rare English words. So I'm curious what you have. Tinderbox is Spanish is... oh goodness. I do not speak Spanish. Okay, let's hide here and let's figure this out. Okay. Okay, let's go to our trusty friend Google Translate. So that would be yes. No, not English to Spanish. No, the other way around. Yes, Kara. And indeed it says Tinderbox, so... yeah. It seems it is. Yes, Kara. Even though it cannot exactly decide on the last letter, so it should be an A or an O. So it's yes Carol or yes Kara? Interesting. I'm not a liar. I never assumed that. I just don't know much about Spanish, so I have to look everything up, especially the pronunciation. But indeed, it's an interesting word, and I guess it makes sense because I cannot remember another game that uses the word Tinderbox at all. The only one would be actually Amnesia Rebirth? Well, what do we collect there? I think Tinderboxes, I'm not sure. Oh, what's this? Yeah, even the word Tinder is not that common. So that would be Yeska. Did I butcher that? Probably. Another friend here. I'm making friends. You see? It's the friends we make along the way, and I think that my friends is a giant mushroom that we need. Listen to that sound. The tissue is quite soft and should be possible to break open. Let's see what we have for that. We have a bucket of tar. Don't think so. Remains? No. Squishy! Indeed, it is squishy. Wooden crank. Hammer and chisel. Kind of sounds like an overkill. Never mind. Poison gland! Thank you. So apparently I still haven't gotten to the end of this area, because I've been going around the walls and I'm still discovering new places. Lovely. Oh, I saw your question yesterday. Oh yes, I saw your message. But I usually don't talk about conversations that happen in direct messages or rather on stream without asking, so I didn't want to bring it up, but I thank you for your detailed reply. I greatly enjoyed reading it and learning something new. Yeah, sorry, don't worry about it. It's alright. Goodness. I'm not even sure if there's a creature here anymore. I think it just got tired and sat down in one of the corners. I don't know about solubility though. What was that sound?
Help her. Find a way.
Sometimes what makes sense doesn't actually make sense in reality. It's tough. So, oh, it's a friend. I'm not sure if there's anyone here. I mean, we already found 3 skinny friends. So what Urite is talking about is, after I realized that he is an expert of chemistry, I asked him if I could request his help regarding a question I actually had about this game, because you might remember there is that part where we have to gather some ingredients and mix up an acid to destroy the shadow's fleshy growths. And I actually looked up the ingredients because they are fun English words that I want to learn. But when it comes to chemistry, I'm not exactly knowledgeable. So I looked up what those ingredients would contain, but it made no sense to me, except for one, which is already an acid. But why we need to add the other 3 ingredients to make an acid potent enough to destroy the barricade in our way, I didn't really understand. My only guess was that because these growths are organic, you'd add something that is highly reactive, and one of the ingredients is actually the mixture of two acids which can dissolve gold, so it's already rather strong. I have to say I still don't exactly know its pronunciation because I think it's in Latin, but it's a rather strong mixture. And so in the game we add 3 minerals, I would say. Maybe I'm wrong there, most likely. And at the end we get a green liquid, which is obviously green because that's how people imagine acids. I don't know why. It's like an acid is green, radioactive things are green. I don't know what is it with green things and chemicals, but that's how it is. Also it glows, which I don't think acids glow, but I mean they would be much easier to work with if they were bright green and glowing. It's green because it's mine. Fun fact, most acids are clear. They look like regular water. Yes, that is why they are rather terrifying. It's easy to make a mistake. So I asked Urite if he could figure out what we are mixing up in the game and if it made any sense. I added some of my guesses. I don't think they really had any, but I wanted to show at least my enthusiasm towards solving this puzzle. And as it turns out, there's a good chance the solution we are creating really makes no sense when it comes to dissolving something. I mean, it's already an acid, so adding the other ingredients is maybe pointless. But as Urite pointed out, it is true that what we are trying to dissolve is kind of a made-up fantasy thing, so in that way maybe the thing that can destroy it is not exactly like we imagine it, but I'm rather surprised that the developers didn't look for a solution that would work. I mean, they could have just told the player to create the base solution, actually the mixture of the 2 acids, and call it a day, and that would work. But I guess they didn't want to tell people, hey, if you get these 2 acids and you can mix them together, and yeah, don't do that. We almost made a mistake in uni. Ooh, it was fun. Those 2 things, I don't know if they really line up, the mistake and the fun, but oh, okay. Yeah, the best gas is the orpiment for the arsenic and sulfur. Both are highly toxic and known for their esoterical implications. Now, to be honest, that's alchemy in the 19th century, and it's more normal to have mixtures back then. They did a very accurate job at portraying alchemy. Maybe that's the point. Maybe the idea was, because this takes place in the past, to show what chemistry was like back in those days. And it makes sense, because I think in the actual descriptions and notes we read in the game about Alexander's attempts at creating VTi, he calls it alchemy, I think. So it makes perfect sense. Then again, I don't know enough of its history to really appreciate the extent that they went to. But I'm rather happy that I got to ask someone who could explain it to me. And that's why I love this community so much. So again, thank you, Urite, for your insight. Back then it was, let's mix these things and see what happens. Oh, it didn't explode. Pog, write it down. Write it down! And then there were the times when it just exploded. Ooh, it exploded. Let's write it down. The military will buy. Oh no, that was later on. Back then chemistry didn't like actually exist. It was all alchemy. Yes, it's rather fascinating how much humans learned about so many different scientific fields. So wait a moment, I went around here and I actually managed to find a tinderbox that I didn't find before, which is odd because I should have been here before. And fun fact, it was popular and encouraged to try out the things you made. Try out as in... what? Like you literally were expected to put your finger in a thing and put that finger in your mouth. Great idea. Why? As in taste. Oh, because you had to write down its taste. Oh. Okay. And you wrote their flavor profile. You see, that's a bit outdated. Hopefully. To catalog it, yes. But on the other hand, because of these brave people... Ah, thank you so much, Moozer, for the 50 bits and that lovely smile. That's a smiling heart. Who doesn't like a smiling heart? It's hard to get to them. You know, you have to go through all the ribs and things, but it's worth the effort. I'm completely lost, am I not? But here's the thing about the tasting part. Because of these brave and well, slightly foolish people, now you can read those findings and learn about the taste of certain things, which would be not exactly possible in today's world. Hopefully. Don't eat chemicals. Yeah, nowadays it's a comeback internet. If I see you eating something in the lab, I'll kick your butt out. Come on, internet, you can do it. Wow, auto mod is out for blood today. It's my auto mod, I'm so proud. Yeah, kinda. Okay, so we are in a tough situation here, because I'm still missing 2 tinderboxes in this area, and it's freaking dark. So I somehow have to divide this area up into sections and look through them and hopefully find what I'm looking for. So we start here. Most of the time items are not just put down in the middle of nowhere, they are near something, either the walls or the columns. So far I didn't find any tinderboxes on these ledges, on the bases of the pillars, which can mean two things. There are no tinderboxes hidden there, or there are and I haven't found them. I know. That's rather useful to know, right? Nothing here. But it's nice to see that indeed the creature roaming this maze just absolutely got bored. I can't blame them. I really can't. But indeed, when it comes to chemistry, it's interesting that I think many people don't fully understand just how dangerous things can be in a lab. So even things that are not inherently dangerous should never be tasted in a laboratory. So let's say you just have common salt or sugar or something for an experiment. Don't eat it. Not because in itself it's dangerous, but because it is in a laboratory and could have been contaminated with something. And if you are working with, well, somewhat simple things, you still have the option of burning yourself, setting yourself on fire, blowing yourself up, poisoning yourself, and also receiving some rather nasty acid burns. And in some other kinds of laboratories, let's not get into the biological parts. It's nasty. How many freaking pillars are here? Hello there, friend. And probably that. Oh yes, that too. That's why I think when it comes to chemistry, you not only have to learn the science of it, but a certain mindset. So, as some people like to say, to respect the chemicals. There are a few things in the world where people will say you have to respect it, because the moment you don't, it will let you know. One would be electricity, and another one would be anything to do with radioactive things, even though they are wildly different. And the thing is, and that's true for chemistry as well, people most of the time look out for hazards they can see or smell, because I'm guessing, based on evolution, back in the day that was more than enough. But because people created so many things, that changed. And so, as you mentioned, for example, many acids are rather harmless looking, but if you are in a laboratory, you just have to assume that it's dangerous and look at the labels, and that is why there are so many labels. And if there is no label, let's still be really careful with it. And also, find a person who didn't label it and kick their butt. That's just protocol. Oh, goodness. I'm so freaking lost. Sometimes it's just that we associate the non-threatening parts with threats, and when we isolate the threat, it looks rather normal and unassuming. Yes, there are many things that can be really dangerous, and it's interesting because I have a rather different mindset from most people. Possibly because I'm a monster, but I am what I am. So when I see videos on the internet, so many times I am tearing my hair out, thinking, no, that's a really, 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 really bad idea, and you should really, really, really not do that. But especially with the younger generation, for some odd reason there is this idea that if you are reckless and careless and stupid, that is cool. I don't know why. Can I jump on this? Because then I could get over here, and I'm not sure if this is a new area. I don't think so. This is probably an area I've already looked through, but let's check, why not. A classmate didn't label his acid, and I didn't know what it was. Another classmate was like, let's just throw it with all the other things. I was like, hold on, let's see what this is. And I ran a quick pH test. It was acid. We could have generated a lot of heat if we threw it with the bases. Oh yes, you do not want to mix them. It's actually interesting because even while I was looking at this simple little puzzle in Amnesia, I found some descriptions of acidic mixtures, and even there multiple warnings were included.
The wheel is good for keeping your victim still during the procedure. They can be bound around the circumference or simply stretched across, tying limbs to the spokes and rim. All tools are by this point useful, and you may administer the torture in any way you like. But the forte of the wheel is the gaps. When you have decided that the victim shall die, you can smash their limbs with a hammer, making them fold in between the frame.
But they'll die. Too quickly, I mean.
No, don't worry. The human body is much more resilient. They can survive for days until they finally succumb.
Sorry, Professor Alexander got a bit carried away here. So as I was saying, there were some warnings about how you have to actually mix the two acids, whereas if you just think about it, well, they will end up in the same pot, who cares? But no, you have to be careful, because if you add the wrong one first, you might get a rather strong reaction, and you don't want acid to be bubbling all over the place, because that is not good for your facial features. So this is the orb, which, I mean, it's good that we have the orb piece, but I'm looking for tinder boxes. And why I came in here is because I saw that the door I can just grab. So this is still part of the same area, and maybe I can find a tinderbox here. They will die too quickly, I mean. Daniel, the good guy. Yes, I actually wanted to comment on that. How such a reply shows that you can try to defend Daniel, saying that he was desperate, he was scared, he was all that. But it's like being told to kill someone and carrying it out is a one thing, but listening to someone explain the intricacies of torture and then trying to refine those methods, because you know it's not terrible enough. That's another step. So in many ways people are capable of doing terrible things. Sometimes, however, they don't want to do such things. They are in a situation in which they are forced to carry out those tasks, but in that situation I would assume that they kind of retrieve to themselves, they quietly act and try to block out the world and what they are doing and not think about it. Whereas Daniel here, like a child trying to impress the teacher, says, hey, I have an idea, what if we make this terrible thing even worse? And Alexander is like, you are so good at this, you will be a great torturer when you grow up. No, it's important, it's not ideal, yes, mixing things. I mean, there are certain things you can mix overall. I have a couple of rather harsh stories that I can share privately. Ooh, horror stories. He was desperate, but he made the worst of it. Yes, so that's why these are the kind of details that made me dislike Daniel, because if he's just doing everything that Alexander says because he is desperate and he's scared for his life and all that, fine, but you won't start giving ideas. Oh, the breaking wheel. A real classic, and I have to say this is a rather robust one. Oh, one of these. I love reading these. It looks solid indeed. Now, sometimes they, in medieval times, I want to say, they use just any old wheel. But, well, Alexander needed something that could take a lot of punishment. The murderer's limbs were tied to the spokes of the wheel. They turned the wheel slowly, but with intent, so the rope secured around his legs stretched and cracked the bone. He no longer had the strength to scream. The two men looked at each other knowingly and took a hammer and struck the victim's chest in a final act of mercy. Again, here I would say, even though the text is written from the perspective of a third party as a kind of narrator, it uses the mindset of, I wouldn't even say Alexander, but maybe Daniel, how it says that killing that man was an act of mercy. And that's the thing, even though Alexander planted the seed of these people are being terrible and they deserve to die and much more, and they are lying, they are begging for mercy even though they are murderers, Daniel took that idea and kind of made it his loophole out of this entire situation and all of the guilt, saying that these people deserve to be punished anyways, and the fact that he kills them is kind of a mercy, because I mean otherwise they would suffer more, right? Because they just have to. And also Daniel gave them a reason to die, or not necessarily a reason, because they obviously deserve to die, right? They are terrible people, but now they did something good by that save Daniel. And at this point I would say that Daniel was either so guilt-ridden or was a psychopath and didn't know about it, that he created this madness of a reasoning that I just explained, and it really became a delusion of his. And that's the thing, insanity is rather logical most of the time, and indeed if you can build a logical explanation why you are doing terrible things, for example propaganda during wartime, people will start believing that, either because they really believe that or because they just want something that relieves them of the guilt. So it definitely is something that works in real life as well. The only thing is, here I'm not necessarily sure it was all Alexander's doing. It was partially Daniel who created this delusion for himself. And it's one thing to manipulate others with a lie, but it's another thing to believe that lie to the point that you don't even know if it is untrue or not. And in Daniel's case, I think that's it. And that's why what was that? When in one of the endings he says that he paid for his sins by killing Alexander, I couldn't really sympathize with him, because I think at that point he just couldn't really process what happened, what he's done, and so he just took any reason he could. also, I think picking up that piece was maybe not the brightest of ideas. Because now there is something after me. I'm back. I'm clean, I smell good, and I have food. You know, you went for a shower, and it makes sense that now you are clean and you smell good. But the part about having food is a bit odd. Do you store food in the bathroom? Ooh, there's a hole here. And it's not an empty hole. Even though I do prefer those, but there's a tinderbox here. Just one tinderbox left. Okay, maybe we are not entirely screwed. That's good. I shouldn't use my lamp, but I can't really see much here. Laudanum! You know what that means? It's time to get happy. Went to cook something. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to disturb you. You can go back to your little... No! The forger stood absolutely still. The casket had been closed, but a faint light made its way inside. A myriad of spikes pointed at him, glittering as they waited for his body to slip just for a moment. His knee jerked and he felt the blood trickle down his leg. In pain, his head fell slightly forward. It took him a while to realize his eye had ruptured and began to leak. I have to say, when it comes to horror writing, that last sentence is rather brilliant. And overall, the idea of the spikes not reaching the person is interesting, because that makes this contraption, which I do believe is called an Iron Maiden, it turns it into a torture device instead of an execution method, which I would think it is. Why can't I go down there? Thank you. However, as far as I know, historians believe that this method of whatever you want to call it was never really used. Interestingly, the Iron Maiden may be somewhat made up, or if it was ever used, it was extremely rare, at least based on the historical evidence. Though it cannot be denied that human creativity, when it comes to torturing and killing their fellow mortals, is rather fascinating. Now, I have to find the third door somewhere, and we are in a really interesting spot here because this is the normal entrance, because I think there should be a bridge somewhere here, because we are only missing one tinderbox, meaning that our friend is near, meaning that we are really close to getting out of here. We still have to find that one tinderbox, and there are 3 rooms around here, each with an orb piece. 2 I already visited. One of them had a tinderbox, the other one did not, meaning we have a 50-50 chance, well, based on our findings so far, that the third one will have a tinderbox as well. Will we be lucky? Good question. Will I even be able to find the bloody place? Luckily yes, because as you can see, there are some torches around. Have I been here? Not sure. Oh, yes! This is a new one. So this lovely contraption is the Brazen Bull. Another rather interesting creation of the humankind. Even though, once again, much like the Iron Maiden, and even more so, it is questionable if it ever existed. Oh, welcome in, Widow Foxo. Oh, that's such a nice emoticon. You just arrived in time for me to hopefully find the last tinderbox and get the heck out of here. I'm not sure why there is a little lake around here, to be perfectly honest with you. But I would be surprised if it was for nothing. Now, as a quick history lesson... Oh, there you are. Come on. That was 9. So, this lovely contraption is called a Brazen Bull. It is a, you guessed it, a bull made out of, if I'm not mistaken, bronze. And based on the tale, I think written down by the ancient Greek, it was commissioned by a particularly ruthless king. Now, he found a, I want to say blacksmith, but I'm not sure if that would be the right profession, who was particularly famous for his handiwork, and had him make this bull. Now, this, even though it looks like a statue, it is hollow on the inside. And the idea is that you can place a person inside of it and use it as a kind of cooking utensil. The traitor did not know what to think of the brass bull as he was forced to enter it. Only when the heat of fire began to scorch his skin and cook his flesh did he realize it was to be his tomb. His screams of pain echoed inside the brass chamber and traveled through the complex instrument which was the bull's head. Outside, the men could hear the brazen bull below. Indeed. So the idea was that a person would be placed inside of the bull and then it would be logged with a fire burning underneath it, slowly warming up the metal, which, as we know, can get rather hot. Now, as far as I heard, the idea of the bull's bellowing is real, but it was a bit different. So as the air inside of the bowl got warmer and warmer, the person inside who wanted to, you know, breathe, would try to breathe in and out of the only way he could, through a pipe in the head of the bull, which was created in a way that it was more of a horn, so those screams indeed sounded like a bull. Now, I do not remember, I have to admit, if that was such a long pipe in the original text. No, the old tale goes that the person who made the bull explained how it worked to the king, who then had him, how to say it, demonstrate it by getting him trapped inside of it, making the creator, his creation's first victim. Now, what is interesting about this story is that the tale goes that after the king died, the people threw the bull into the sea because it was a kind of symbol of his tyranny and merciless rule. So in theory, if the bull really existed and this tale is to be believed, it's still at the bottom of the sea, somewhere. And since it was made out of metal, I think it would have survived even hundreds of years. So this is actually one tale that could be confirmed. But as far as I know, the bull has never been found since, so maybe it is just an old horror story. By the way, I saw it, you blind. You saw what? Ow. I can't hydrate while I'm getting my nose bugged. But let me show you how it works. So, you open it up. It's actually missing the hole for the pipe. Never mind. And then you use a tinder box to light the fire and close it. And you got some music for psychopaths. So nice. The orb piece. Oh yes, the orb piece is around here somewhere. I know, but I didn't want to pick it up right away. But thank you for letting me know, because I might have forgotten about it. You see, I'm looking for the tinder boxes, and I figured that if I pick all of them up, the creature outside will get even angrier at me, and that wouldn't be good. Ow, that was my eye. Stop it, Nakio, stop. Okay. Oh, I can't even open it now, but it's steaming alright. Okay. Enough of the craziness, time to go. So in this area we had 9 tinder boxes and no notes, and this was actually the last area with this many tinder boxes, so we are good to go. We just have to leave somehow. Anyone know where we are? Yeah, don't stop. Yes, stop. Try not to get murdered here. This is a dangerous place. Uh-oh. Okay, this is rather dangerous. Uh-oh. We're in trouble. We're in trouble. Shit, we're in big trouble. So there's only one way out. And that is through the creature. Daniel, this is not the right time to go insane. You can do that anytime. Not now. Now you have to cross the bridge. And then find that lovely doorway. Should be somewhere here. Okay, I think I'm close to it because the shadow is angry. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Not here. Noted. Let me guess. I just went right past it because yes, of course I did. Now, let me get that tea. And also, you should hydrate. I hope you have some tea. It really soothes the nerves. I already checked everything here, so I... What was that? Ah, probably nothing. Okay, I will check. Anyone in there? No. Anyone in here? No. Fine. I do. You have some tea? That's wonderful. What kind of tea do you have? Okay, next area we have to do is the cell tunnels. What kind of place is the cell tunnels? I'm not sure. We'll have to figure it out. Okay, understood. When you hear this sound, that mostly means you have to get the heck out of this place because the shadow is about to make it a whole lot uglier.
You have all the art pieces you need. I know I have no right to ask anything of you, but if you could find it in your heart to gather the ingredients for Wire's tongue before attempting to mend the ore,
Yes, I know I have to go to the laboratory actually.
please, my fate is in your hands.
Yeah, and your head will be there soon as well. An Englishman without his tea is not an Englishman. I didn't know you were an Englishman. Are you an Englishman? Okay, so let me think. We have the poison gland. We have the blood that we can turn into Vitae. Or Vitae? Vitae. I think it's Vitae. And we also have the remains with the mucus on it. So I think we have everything. And now I have to open the laboratory where poor Urites logged in. How the heck do I open this, actually? Look, I have the ingredients.
I see you have all the art pieces you need.
I know!
I know I have no right to ask anything of you.
Just some normal black tea right now. Maybe, who knows if I am.
Wire's tongue before attempting to mend the ore, there might still be a chance for you to save me. Please, my fate is in your hands.
Did I miss something? Let me check. Wrong button. Was it the right button? No, it wasn't. Okay, what is it? The pedestal in the chancel has a depression in it that could fit an orb. Yes. A mystic barrier blocks a passage in the chancel. Okay. Agrippa, the dying man, wants a specific tonic made to save him. Okay. One note speaks of a mixture made with 3 ingredients, which I have. An orb is needed to enter the inner sanctum. Its shattered pieces are scattered in the torture rooms. I do have them. Okay. Here we go, I think. Okay. Feed him a tonic made from a paralyzer, vitae, and tempter. The poison fungi should work as a paralyzer if I can find the internal gland from a large specimen. I did that. The choir seems to be a fertile grounds for this sort. I should then be able to extract its contents with the proper tools. I have that. The vitae could be extracted as usual from any agonized human victim's blood. I just need large amounts to distill it properly. Remember to collect this during the next torture session. I did that as well. Tempter, on the other hand, will prove more difficult. I don't think it exists in this world. Simply writing the word with these letters looks wrong. I believe it's a property of the secretion in the water-dwelling Karnk. I will have to address Vayer with this, as he will have to supply me with a host. Also, a properly prepared well should suffice to contain it, and I do have all of those things. Now, one interesting thing is, I will assume this note is rather old, even though I might be wrong, but Agrippa has been a hostage of this castle for a long time, let's say. Now here's the thing. If this conversation took part with Vayer, which I think did, since there is that creature in the well. So if that creature had to be supplied by him, then Alexander talked to him. And he sent this creature, and I'm assuming all the other invisible ones, I'm assuming they are the same, that I had to run from. Then why didn't Alexander actually make this tonic? Because he had everything he needed. He could have just went around like I did and get all the ingredients. But with that said, I have all the fucking ingredients. I have the poison gland. He refuses to eat it. I never tried to do that, but let's try.
I see that all the ore pieces you need. I know
Agrippa can prepare the tonic himself. Okay, here's some blood.
but if you could
It would not help Agrippa. Okay, let's try something else.
find the ingredients for
Cannot use this item this way.
before
Okay, so for
attempting to mend the ore,
the other pieces and items, the game will just tell you that you can't use them this way. But for the parts and ingredients that are actually needed for his tonic, the game actually has some unique text. So here's the problem. I need to get inside the laboratory, but it won't budge. Now I remember that the laboratory's door, if I'm not mistaken,
pieces you need. I know I have no right to ask anything of you.
is shattered by the shadow. The question is when. not sure what I'm missing here. And honestly, I'm not really following the story. I'm just remembering what I know. Because I'm mostly focusing on the trophies and the collectibles. What's that smell? That's a distinct smell of a cheesy finger! Loki! Dreadist's favorite smell, stinky cheese finger. No, no, stop it. Stop, stop, absolutely no. No. Well, shit. Sleep. That was perfect. That was perfect. Two of them just standing there. Ow! Now this is funny. Indeed, there is a time when Daniel gets captured, and I kind of forgot about it. But it's interesting how I think Alexander ordered the gatherers to capture Daniels so he won't interfere with his plan, but not kill him.
You had me worried. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what to do with you. I hold no grudge against you, Daniel. We are so very much the same, you and I. Did you really drink from the amnesia mixture? It does explain so much of your behavior. You never did finish what you set out to do. You talked about redemption, how you would face the orb's shadow and save our work, and me. I will grant you another chance to redeem yourself. You can wait here and stop the shadow. Thank you, friend.
Friend. So the idea here is, well, we just kind of get murdered by the shadow, and that gives some time to Alexander. No, originally when I played the game, I had a hard time getting out of this cell. The cell door is locked. Find another way out. And I just didn't know what to do. But no, I kind of remember. However, I had an idea when I originally played this game. And that is, what happens if we are too slow? So you see, I was trying to move this bed frame when I played previously, and it got stuck and I couldn't move it around, and I was wasting a lot of time, and the shadow got closer and closer, growing those fleshy growths all over the walls. And I just got out in time, or so I thought. But then I started wondering, was it really in time, or it is scripted to appear as such? And I was curious, what happens if you just waste too much time? Can you really die in here? Oh, so interacting with this triggers the... Oh! The shadow. Well, I have a safe way out of here, but I will wait. Okay, Dreadist, here's a would you rather question. Oh, that will be fun. Would you rather smell sticky cheese fingers for life or be unable to play any horror related game ever again, as in no more horror genre ever again? Given that I am a monster and most of my existence is horror, I think I would have to go with the former option. Come on. Oh! Oh, would you look at that? Come on, Shadow. I can wait. I can wait, that's okay. As much as you just want. That's fine. Mm-hmm. So stinky cheese fingers for life, got it. In that hypothetical question. I wanted to say that this prison cell just can't get any worse. And it just got. Come on. So I guess my problem was here that this patch here, even though it's not present from the beginning, you cannot move the bed frame into it. I'm assuming so they don't clip into each other, and that's why I got the bed frame stuck. Come on! Okay, maybe there really is nothing to do here. I mean, we have some cuffs and chains. Not sure if that's the sound they would make. Okay, let's try to do this. Come on. It says that some bricks are loose but can be removed by hand. Well, this is a rock and not a hand. Ah! Okay, so it seems if you try the wrong things, then the shadow will get closer and closer. So the entire wall being a bit unstable is just a distraction from this correct way of exiting, I think. Yes, and when you get out, it breaks the wall.
He is lying.
So yes, it wasn't just in a nick of time, but I definitely thought that I got out at the last possible moment, and that's nice. That shows the brilliance of the developers. Now stop with the sticky cheese fingers. I mean, sticky cheese fingers kind of sounds like a kind of food. Isn't cheese fingers? I'm not sure if that's a real thing. Oh, that's a well. Well. But I can open this. Not sure why I would want to come back here. But I mean, yes, it did break the wall. So the developers didn't lie. Now we are looking for 3 tinderboxes and 1 note. And here I was wondering, well, where the heck is the cell tunnels area? I actually, for a moment, was a bit unsure about whether or not I should progress further. Maybe there is like a tiny hidden area that I missed, and that's where some of the notes are, or at least one, and some of the tinderboxes, and that's why I missed them, even though, let's be honest, I missed plenty of tinderboxes for sure in my first playthrough. But no, there isn't such an area, even though I completely forgot about this little prison scene. I remember that once we have the ingredients, we just go to the laboratory, whip that up, and then go to the inner sanctum. Oh, also, where are you? Where are you, friend? Oh! See, Nakio? I found a friend for you. They are a bit shy. Come on, friendo. They are little creepy crawlies. Not even sure what they really are. Nah, let's see what we have here. This looks safe. Okay. Let's run that by me again. Oh, so the wall collapsed. Nah, let me see. That's one cave tunnels. Yep, that's a penis, alright. Ooh. Another tinderbox. We're doing rather well. Oh, here's a better. Would you rather Dreadist give up trophy hunting or horror games? I guess trophy hunting. But to be perfectly honest, I'm not necessarily sure if I qualify as a real trophy hunter, because I know there are people who collected hundreds of platinum trophies, and they play games wildly differently. They look at guides, they finish a game in, let's say, even a longer game in like 50 hours or so, whereas I can spend 200 or so hours with a proper AAA game. And also they are rather effective when it comes to trophy hunting, so they plan out walkthroughs in a way that they can get all of the trophies and not have to replay the game. I like to return to the games and find the trophies myself and get 100%, most of the time at least, in the game, not necessarily for the trophies. I like the in-game content, the collectibles, the notes, because that adds either some interesting tidbits or expands on the story of the game, or in certain cases shows you entire aspects of the game mechanics that you might have missed. And that's true with trophies as well. But for me, everything okay? I was talking there. So for me, I'm not sure if I can really say that I'm a trophy hunter. I like playing games for trophies, but I don't think I qualify as a professional. Let's see, bed frame. Oh, what's there? Oh, what's there? That's oil. Last prisoner note. I think I read this in my previous playthrough actually. And I mean it's in a rather obvious spot, so probably I didn't miss this one. But as I was saying, I do like trophies mostly because they bring your attention to areas of the game that you might have missed. So for example, in this game, it's a bit of an extreme, but it tells you through the guides how many tinder boxes there are, or a more reasonable trophy would be all of the notes, which I think is great because that way you get the full story. When it comes to trophies that require entire playthroughs, I'm not as much of a fan of them. So for example, in Resident Evil, I like the Resident Evil games. I want to play through all of them and get as many trophies as I can. But I definitely enjoyed the part of, let's say, the Resident Evil 2 trophy hunting that had a focus on collecting things and unlocking things rather than playing through the game again and again just to do it under a certain time or without using a certain item or opening the storage box, because I don't think that brings that much to the game. You do realize there is no such thing as professional trophy hunter. It's just trophy hunter seeing as trophy hunter do plan for how they get all the trophies, but most of the time it's just people hunting for trophies. Technically a professional trophy hunter is a platinum hunter, not trophy hunter. Very different things. yes, that's actually logical in the way that most trophy hunters care about the platinum trophies the most. I don't, because many games that I like and I actually play don't even have platinum trophies, and so for me the platinum trophy is just kind of a placeholder. I care more about the 100%, getting all the trophies. That's why when I talk about how many trophies I'm missing, I mostly say, well, there's this many and there's +1, the platinum. But as I always say, you can't actively do anything to get the platinum trophy. You try to get all the other ones, and that's the cherry on top of the cake in a way. A bucket of water. But I think what I mean by professional, as much as that makes really no sense, the mindset is different, or the goal. Because for me it's more about the game, and the trophies are an excuse to a certain degree to play the game more and experience it fully. For trophy hunters who really focus on getting the platinum and getting the highest amount of trophies in the least amount of time, I think it's different, because if you read through an entire guide and know everything in advance, and you don't care about hidden trophies, and you spoil all the missable things, which makes sense if you don't want to replay the game, but if you read what you can miss, you will spoil certain things about the game most of the time. So there I think the focus shifts from the game to the trophies. Also, I liked how when that bucket was tilted, the water inside remained, and they just added the flowing water, and then it was put down, and now it is empty. Silly little detail. An unmarked key. It is rusty indeed. I don't want to combine it with anything, I just want to open the door. So I think I have everything here, and the next area is called Nave Redux. Hopefully it is called that. Okay, understood, it's time to run. Oh. For once in a lifetime, I wanted to say the doors open the right way. Of course they fucking don't. Wrong way. This is one of those examples again where someone like me wonders, what am I really running from? And apparently, mad monsters like me deserve a trophy for that. I was just really curious, what are we really running from? Are we running from anything? Because in some horror games, the developers really pull the trick that there's nothing following you, there's nothing chasing you. It's just the sound effects that scare you and make you think that, yeah, I should better run. Oh yay! Splash, splash, splish, splash. Oh shit. Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh goodness. Okay, Nave. Yes. I guess the Redux port is only here in the guide to tell you that you are revisiting this. Then you are by definition a trophy hunter, not a platinum hunter. I know a person who refuses to play games with platinum trophies, seeing as it's not worth it at all. That's rather interesting. with platinum trophies? Well, again, it's interesting because I understand people liking different aspects of trophy hunting. I honestly haven't heard about platinum hunting as a term used that often, but maybe that's just me. But I know there are people who play games for platinum trophies, and some would only play games that have platinum trophies because of that. Since if you play a game without one, even if you get 100% completion, you don't get the platinum and it doesn't get added to the account. Another thing is some people want a perfect profile, so they only start playing a game once they looked into it, that it's even possible to get all of the trophies, and they go to great lengths to get everything, even if it's extremely difficult at times, because once they start, it's on. And I even heard some people starting entirely new accounts because they lost the 100% on their old one, because maybe a server got shut down or they couldn't do something, and they start all over again just to get a perfect account. I'm honestly not into that idea. I think that's a bit extreme, and to be perfectly honest, I do have at least one game that can no longer be completed, and I don't have it 100%, so I will never get a perfect profile. But to be perfectly honest, even with the ones that I could finish, there are some that I'm just not willing to even try. Those are perfectionist Dreadist, not trophy hunters, just straight up perfectionists. Maybe. I mean, the idea itself is that anyone is a trophy hunter who hunts trophies. It won't budge. I can't go back to the cells. Terrible. So I kind of put everyone into the same category and say, well, if you are trying to collect trophies, you are a trophy hunter, even though I do not like the phrase trophy hunter, because it has a secondary meaning. Stop it. But oh, that's one tinderbox, thank you. But I would say, even though the terminology is different, someone who is collecting achievements on Steam, Xbox, the Epic Games Store, I do believe it has now achievements. GOG or GOG also supports achievements now. That's the same thing. Just because the platform is different and it's called an achievement, It's the same thing. If you are collecting achievements in a game like Genshin Impact, I do believe Schmoozer mentioned that. That's the same thing. It's only in one game, but it has more than 1,000 challenges or whatever they decide to call it. Sometimes it's called advancements, sometimes it's challenges. I kind of treat it the same way. I think the only platform that doesn't have anything like that is the Nintendo Switch and possibly Switch 2. But I mean, there you can still try to get 100% completion in a game. And with something like Resident Evil, if you want to do all the challenges in a Resident Evil game, mostly a newer one, let's do it like this, because there's something nasty in that well. If you try to do that, that's actually more difficult than getting all the trophies or achievements the game has, because the in-game so-called records include more, and in my opinion slightly more difficult challenges than the trophies and the achievements. Well, I didn't bring the bucket with me, so I don't think I can do anything with this. Now, what's this? It was a good read. Oh, this is the memory when they went hunting.
August 1839. Tonight, we will unlock the power of the orb and ultimately banish the shadow hunting me. I feel it closing in on me, and I fear for my life more than ever. Just outside Altstadt lies a small settlement where Zimmerman, a dairy farmer, lives with his wife and 3 children.
Now here's the thing. If you
The coach went there. Our visit was unexpected, and Alexander was able to strike Zimmerman down without alerting others.
if you
He went to take care of the farmhands. I began to look for the children.
dare to put any collectibles here, I'll be pissed.
We should have more than enough prisoners to finish the ritual now.
Hopefully they didn't. The crying had stopped, and he could hear a whisper coming from the cell. They were up to something, and he would have to punish them. I think they missed the comma before the end in the second sentence. Just a detail. We are returning to the exact same place, aren't we? Yes, so why did it have to load? But here's the thing. We were here before. This piece of paper wasn't here, and this tinderbox wasn't here either. But in theory there are 4 other tinderboxes hidden here. So we have to look around and find them. So this is... Wait a moment. I'm being silly. Because... Yes, this is a new area. Yes, there is a well here, but it's not the same well as the one before. Now you do not dare to collapse on me, because I might need to return here. This is the well that we know and that we used to climb up here. Now it's a bit clogged up. And there's another tinderbox. I'm not sure who's putting all the tinderboxes down here, but thank you. I remember a parody of the new Doom games, Doom 2016, I think it was, when the creator of this animation posed the question, well, who is lighting all the candles? And so there was this scene where an imp was going around lighting all the candles. Ow! Now here I can imagine that there's a gatherer who is just going around and putting the tinderboxes down. The poor thing. Ah, thank you. Come on. Don't mind me. Okay. That's free. But back to the perfectionist idea. I understand the logic, because I am somewhat of a perfectionist, but I would honestly say that to a certain point it can be fun playing a game, getting 100%, even though I always say it only applies really if you are enjoying the game, because if it's not enjoyable anymore, what's the point of playing it? Since it's a game and it should be enjoyed, it should be entertaining and fun, but overall I always say that something being perfect, and even the idea of perfection, is kind of a human invention, an idea, and chasing it after a point is not necessarily healthy. So I don't think it's ever a good idea to get so caught up on perfection that you are not even enjoying whatever you are doing to achieve it. Alright, now this was one door, but we already checked it. That was another door, and that door is broken. What hurts me here? There's nothing here. There's literally nothing here. Few cuts and bruises. Of course, a few cuts and... What? Okay. I think I'm dealing with some invisible enemies here. Of course, no, I can step on that one. That's okay, but stepping here with all this nothing... Something has a real big aura here. Okay, I had enough, thank you. I just take my happy laudanum and get the heck out of it. Okay, understood the point. Okay, so... There's still one tinderbox missing, but let's not forget about the laboratory. If you can't see anything, don't worry, I can't see anything either. I'm just kind of going forward and hoping for the best. Because apparently that same gatherer who put all the tinder boxes down also snubbed all of my candles. Oh, look at that! Uriah is free! If he survived it, that is. But I'm sure he's fine. Nah. Even though, now that I think about it, maybe it was the shadow who messed up my candle situation. Uh-oh. I only have 3 marked here. Oh, that's no good. We did pick up the note. There's no reason to panic just yet. So let me see. In the notes we should have, it wasn't a note, it was a diary. Daniel's diary visit. This was actually the memory we lived through. Visiting that farm. And in this area we should have 5 tinder boxes. I don't know if I picked them all up, so I have to check. The one was on the desk or the table right next to the note. I remember that one. Second one was on the well. The third one was near the rocks. I remember that as well. One near the rocks, I mean in the room that turned into a dead end because everything kind of collapsed. And one is in the laboratory. Is there one that I'm forgetting? Because if yes, then I found all of them. If not, I'm in trouble. So now I have to check. But hey, that's why it's good that I'm streaming, because I can check my own stream. Isn't that lovely? Oh wait, I think there was one before that in the room, right? In the room with the other valve when I entered. I will check just to be sure, because I mean, I spent... Well, this will be my 4th stream looking for these tinder boxes. I wouldn't want to mess it up now. But I think I forgot to mark one down. So let me check. Silly me. Okay. So in the beginning of the room, I don't want to go back because I would get even more damage. And that doesn't make much sense. So wait, in this entrance area there wasn't one? I'm watching my own stream. Wow, that's a new thing. Yes, there was one here next to the note. I remember that one. Let me see. On the first well there wasn't one. There was one on the second. This is the memory. My apologies for the short wait. But I have to make sure I'm not missing something. Okay, so there was one on the well in the main area. Yes. That's 2. There was one in the dead end room. Okay, that's 3. So let me see, there at the dead end I have 52, I think 52 tinder boxes. Yes. And then I went on to the next area. Into the laboratory. And I had 50... How many? Come on. How many do we have now? 53. But in that case, I didn't miss writing down one. I overall missed one. And that's worse. But it seems I was second guessing myself for the wrong reason. I didn't forget to write down one, I just didn't find it. Which is actually worse, because that means we are missing one, and not only in the paperwork. If 6 Swiss witches were watching 6 Swiss Swatch wristwatches, which Swiss Swatch wristwatch would the 6 Swiss witch watch? Wow, that is a good one. That gets me. I would need to practice that a bit. Now, given that this area is one big area...
Daddy, I thought I'd lost you. The castle trembled and I could hear the chancel collapse. The laboratory might be accessible now.
Thank you, I know. Alright, there is this area as well. And this, I do believe, is actually a dead end. It's just kind of here for no reason. Okay, maybe there is a reason to get the soul. But maybe we can find a tinderbox here as well. This is locked. How fast can you say Dreadist? Ooh. Well, depends. Do you want it to be said correctly or incorrectly? Correctly? Really slow? Holy freaking moly. I didn't know I was standing on that. Give me a tinderbox. Give me a tinderbox. Don't be like this. I don't see any tinderboxes here. Frick. Okay, we have to look for a tinderbox. Let me see. 6 Swiss. Oh, there it is. I just walked over it. My goodness. Okay. Let's mark that. Good thing that I checked.
What are you doing? Time is running short.
Don't worry, I will just cut your head off. I have the bone saw, a surgeon's saw used for amputation. And I mean, cutting off a head is an amputation of sorts.
Don't get ahead of yourself. First, we need the tonic.
First you tell me to rush things and then you say, oh no, you can't get ahead of yourself. So let me try this. First we have to get this and then we squeeze it. Should not squeeze the juice out of the gland until a container is placed properly below. Good point, Daniel. We need a container. Okay, well, we take this. The blood needs to be purified. Okay. Put this here, turn this on. Did we turn it on? Okay, we did. Wondrous. So now it's pure. And now we put this there, apparently. Oh, right, this is so we get this nasty gunk off of it. Would you look at that? It has a safety closing system. And also the bone disappeared. Okay, and then we just use this same jar, because apparently we couldn't get one bloody jar from anywhere. We just have to mix everything in one. Well, some people call this fun. Oh, Weir's tonic. The tonic is completed according to Weir's instructions. Am I running from nothing again? Okay, understood.
Thank goodness. Now, pay attention. First, feed me the tonic, and then use the saw to remove my head.
Okay.
Tonic begins to work. You'll be able to cut off my head without taking my life. Then, take my head and bring it with you. As you enter the gate, Alexander is opening in the inner sanctum. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you enter the gate? We can't argue now. You need to act.
Okay, so I just take the saw and cut your head off.
Don't get ahead of yourself. First, we need the tonic.
Okay, here's your tonic.
Quickly, off with the head. And then, whatever happens, get me through that gate.
Okay. So you remember all the times when you called me a good boy and I told you never to do that again? And you still did it? Yeah, this is for that. I'm actually not sure who made all those noises. Ow. Agrippa's head! The severed head of Agrippa. Oh, look at the happy little head. Okay, so where are we going? So we should go to the chancel. I think that's this way. I'm also not sure how I can sometimes walk on this red stuff and sometimes I can't. Or maybe it's up to the time I spend on it. Understood. I should really stop questioning things, but then again, I got a trophy for dying, so... Curiosity kills the cat, but rewards with a trophy. Alright, well... We have 2 tinder boxes and 1 note here. Ooh, look at that. Seriously, look at it. Nah. Okay. So, let me actually see how far we've gotten. Thank you, Schmoozer, for the hydrate and the posture check. I will hydrate right away. So, we started today with... good question. Where the heck were we? I think with the choir entrance, actually. So we got 2 plus 9, that's 11, plus 3, that's 14, plus 5, that's 19. So we are at 149 tinderboxes. And we are missing, indeed, 2. That will be 151. Just like the starter Pokemons, which is actually something Urite brought to my attention. I'm not sure if the developers at Frictional Games thought of the tinderboxes and as Pokeballs. Seems maybe yes. And with the notes, we are only missing a 2. Lovely. So, let's see. We should find these 2 tinderboxes, and apparently I wasn't sure if I have to finish the game, but it seems there is actually a note inside of the inner sanctum, and I'm pretty sure that is one I missed, because goodness, I did not think that in the last area there is a collectible. So this is the inner sanctum's entrance, actually. We've been here before. It wasn't this rundown. Ah, shit! And now to... Okay, that was rather spooky. Okay, understood. Freaking hell. Can I stand somewhere safe for a moment? A wound is bleeding quite badly. That's okay. You'll survive. So, to... Someone is rather excited. So, to test my theory, let's go this way. Indeed, this bridge is collapsed. So, one of the notes I missed, because you have to come here. Funny thing. I'm so dead. I'm so dead. I'm telling you, I am. You have to carry on. Yes, I was explaining. So, in my first playthrough, what I did was I went to the 2 air... But thank you for the brilliant spawn. No, you can't come through this door. You are not allowed. Stay outside. I'm not here. I am not here. Can you actually enter this room? Shit, he can. It's time to die. Ow, what the heck was that? Actually, can you stay inside there for a moment, please? Haha, that didn't work. So apparently if you die once, you get a gatherer instead of that other creature, which is much stronger. And yeah, that was a bit problematic. I mean, I wanted to see if the gatherer could actually enter the room, and it seems the answer is no. No, I was wrong, it can. And then it just throws me here And that was a gatherer? Yes. So this is actually the game helping, but let's focus on one thing at a time. So, when I first played on stream, what I did, I was reading the notes, and the notes told me that I have to find the 6 pieces of the Shattered Orb, as well as get the ingredients for the tonic that we have to give to Agrippa. And so I focused on that and went to those 2 areas first. And then, when I already had all those, I went to the next area, but that area, which I'm actually in right now, changes once you have everything, because that is the time when you get caught by the gatherers. I might have ventured there earlier, but there is once again a gatherer there, and so I just went back. But as it turns out, based on this playthrough, if you leave this area and then come back, the gatherer actually leaves or moves somewhere else, I'm assuming, and so I could explore and find the things in here, which is important. And why I got it right this time is not because I wrote the guide and it warned me, but because I followed the order of the areas. And here, once you get here to the hall with Agrippa, 3 areas are open to you, and this is the first one that is mentioned, so I went here first. Now, in my previous playthrough I did get one of the notes, and that is why it's a bit tricky. You see, on those long bridges, I showed you that if I went to the right, the bridge was collapsed. And there you can find a note, but only then, because now it is collapsed, and that's why I didn't get it in my previous playthrough. However, this area you can access, and apparently the note here I found, because in this area there are 2 notes and 3 tinder boxes originally, and then there are 2 tinder boxes and 1 note when you return. So I'm pretty sure I read this.
Of August, 1839. I cannot believe what I have become. One of the girls escaped and I chased after her all the way upstairs. I hunted her down, and what is her life worth? How many lives can I take before I surrender my own? Sure, I would kill a murderer to save an innocent, but to kill an innocent to save myself? A cold-blooded murderer.
So indeed, this is the kind of turning point for Daniel here. And that's the 1 note here and 1 tinder box. So this is rather interesting that this area can be visited twice, and it's somewhat easy to miss exploring it for the first time, I would say. Now, I can't confirm 100% if I'm right here or not, and if it's really possible to entirely miss that 1 note on the other end of the bridge, because based on how the game works, I would guess, at least, that if you gather all the ore pieces, and I'm assuming the ingredients of the tonic, I actually never thought about not doing that, even though Agrippa's lines imply that you could just not care. But once you gather everything, which you can without entering this area, which leads to the inner sanctum, and only then come here, you will get ambushed by the gatherers and sent to the prison, and then you have to return. Now, even if you know that they are waiting for you, I think once you are close enough to get their attention, you can't get away from them, I would assume. So you can't run back to the door, and even if you could, they would still be there the next time you come here. So that, I think, is something unavoidable. But if I'm right, that would mean you could never cross that bridge, because first you would get ambushed, and when you return now it's collapsed. So you have to come here before you gathered everything, which is possible, and maybe, just maybe, the developers thought of this, and even if you have everything, you can explore it, and only once you leave will the gatherers appear, even though that would be slightly weird, because you could get a bit confused about what do I have to do. I've been there just now, and I don't think you could skip that prison sequence, because otherwise you would come here and just fix the machine, but I don't think you can fix the machine when you are first here. It's an interesting thing how the game is put together, and again, even though this is a really rather simple game when it comes to progressing in it, it's not like a visual novel with a branching story, or an open world game where you can do whatever you want and the developers have to think of every single thing and every order in which you can go about the game. So even though this is a simpler game, there are these little tidbits where I wonder, how would this work if I did something differently? So maybe in a future playthrough, if I ever have to, I will try that. And I mean, at least once I will have to return to this game, I know that. But for now, we have to fix this machine, because this is, I do believe, the machine that is holding that force field, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yo, can I get it? No. Why can't I get it? Actually, what do I have? I still have the crank, I'm not sure why. But what I need to get first and foremost is the tinderbox. And it would seem logical to me that it's somewhere here. Now the other thing, while I was trying to explain what I was thinking, I got murdered here once or twice, and that's fine with me. I don't really care. I like trying out things and see how the game responds. And I said that it spawned me in a really odd spot because I mean, I was standing right there and the gatherer was here. So I only had one way, and that is inside. But indeed, when I closed the door, it stopped. So I guess the developers included a way so you can survive. There you are! And there it is! Illuminatus. 151 tinderboxes later, we gathered them all. And now we can bring light into this dark castle. But we are still missing one note, so our job is not finished. So the first time around you have the stronger enemy. I don't even know its name, but it has the blade on its arm, or rather in it, and so I guess how the developers planned it is the first time around you get a stronger enemy who can kill you with one hit, and you would need to sneak around him because you have to get here. This is important for the story because otherwise you can't get through there even with the orb because the force field is there. Now if you die, you get teleported there, whereas normally you enter there. And the gatherer is there, you run in, you close the door, you wait, the gatherer leaves if you don't open the door and invite him in, like I did, and then you can somehow sneak your way in here. If you manage to die again and prove to the developers that you are an absolute moron, like I am, then you pretty much get spawned right in here with the gatherer leaving. I mean, you can still run up to him, I guess, and maybe then you get teleported somewhere else with no enemy this time. But the game actually helps you. So the more you mess up, the more you die. The way you spawn and the enemy that is around is not random, which is nice. And maybe that's the case throughout the game, because there were a few times I remember when I said after dying, hey, it kind of feels easier now, like the creature is in a different spot, or maybe it's not even there, or I'm put in a spot from which I have a better chance of reaching my goal. So again, really tiny details that the developers paid attention to nicely. Now we have to stop this machinery, and that is rather easy. All you have to do is take Agrippa's head and jam it right between the wheels. Okay, Agrippa's head is too squishy, so let's use the iron bar. Okay, maybe I was looking at the wrong gears. Still too squishy. Oh, come on, what? Okay, let's see. It's not large enough to jam the cogwheel. Okay, what would be large enough? It ain't something large! This is too large, I can't lift it. I can't lift this either. Do I have anything I can pick up here? Oh wait, what's that? I can't pick that up either. Steam, no. I'm a PlayStation player. Alright, what do we have that I could jam in there? Box. Okay, this is a metal reinforced wooden box. Why am I so slow? This must be really heavy. Okay, let's get this. What? Ouch! I'm once again not sure what this instrument is, but I love it. Okay, let's not use our remaining oil because I have no oil left. I would still like to get some of this, by the way. But we stopped it. And look at those gears. They are so nicely made. It's brilliant. I still don't know what this is for, or why I still have these, but that's fine. Right? That's more than fine. And that looks like a kind of keypad to me, but this is way back in the day, so it's probably not that. It's just maybe some furnace inside. So we have all of the ore pieces left. And the tar, but nothing else. I guess that's it. That is it, boys. It's time to leave this mess behind. I have so many tinder boxes, I'm so happy. So if I'm not mistaken, based on my previous playthrough, we have to destroy this machine so we can enter through the portal. So let's just do that. What was that? Oh, a gear. Makes sense. Stop it. I think that was Daniel, and it's interesting that throughout these last areas we not only hear Alexander's, I wouldn't want to say approval of Daniel, but his encouragement, but also we hear how Daniel is slightly slipping out of his sanity. Whoops, 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 whoops. So now we can put the orb together. One thing I want to try before that is actually, can we light one of these things up? I'm really not sure. Where is an empty one? No, that's missing. Come on, where is an empty one? I know I saw one somewhere. Yes, we can! And again, beautiful detail that the same coloration returns in Rebirth. So I'm assuming Alexander created these flames and this area to resemble his own world, which makes sense. Nah. We just have to put everything together and find one more note. Now the funny part is that last note is in theory in the inner sanctum where the last cutscene takes place. So like, wow, I didn't expect that. An adhesive is necessary, which is interesting because originally Daniel didn't need any adhesive. He even said that he tried to use some kind of a glue, but when the orb fused together, the pieces pushed the glue out. Not necessarily fused together, but mended the parts. Okay. Ah. Sorry. Also, this is the first time that there are two orbs in this entire castle in history. Now, let's see. So this is the inner sanctum. And we are looking for a note. And I have no oil left. So we are just stumbling around in the dark. Look, you can do whatever you want. I'm still looking for my note. Not giving up my last note. Even though, now that I remember, the inner sanctum is not only the one place where Alexander is messing around. Run. Okay, so there is no collectible here. Noted. I am looking up and I should be looking down. Ow! Which way should I go? Left or right? Well, I went left. Or, well, no, I actually went right. Calm down! Okay, note. Well, if it's here, I honestly don't think I would have missed it. Here, have a bit of blood. Now we run across. Ow! Here's the last note in theory.
August 1839. It's not fair. I'm not to blame. I've been manipulated by that demon. He played my guilty conscience and duped me into facing the shadow alone. That vile, conspiring man. He expects me to meet my death as he steals power beyond imagination? Alexander, I will kill you for what you have done. If only the shadow had caught me in London or Algeria, I wouldn't have to suffer this humiliation. You made me a murderer. A monster.
And now, I merely await my death. I am too weak to press on. I can hardly stand as my knees fail me. I cannot see as my eyes are dressed in tears. I am as broken as the men I've tortured. If only I could wipe my fear away, as we did with them.
First of all, really nice how the music played as we hear his words. Oh no, he's realizing. Well, it's interesting because Alexander actually says this earlier, that it's just misplaced anger towards him, and it doesn't make much sense that Daniel is trying to take revenge on him. And I have to agree with that to a certain degree. Yes, he manipulated him somewhat, but I think Daniel went a bit too far to say that he didn't know what he was doing. So yeah, that's kind of weird. But what I find interesting in this entire part is, I guess he wrote this note here, and the last line suggests that was the time when he realized he could take the same amnesia potion, and he does. But then he either had to go all the way back up to the castle somehow, because that's where the amnesia potion was, and then he drank it there, or because it was administered to the prisoners, I would assume it was closer to the prison, he had to drink it somewhere down here and then go all the way up there for some reason, because that is where we start the game and we are stumbling through the castle. Maybe, I'm not sure, in the opening sequence we actually see tidbits of the entire castle as he's making his way up, even though I'm not sure why he does that. That could be a fun little foreshadowing from the developers, even if all the blurry vision effects hide most of it in a thick fog. But pretty nice detail. It's for the dramatic effect. Yes, that's really the one part in most of the Amnesia games that I find them least believable. How the people end up in the same place from where they started because of their amnesia. And that was something I questioned even in Rebirth, and even though that makes some sense, I don't think it was ever entirely explained, but it made sense that Tuzzy went back to the plane crash to find the cave with her husband, even though you need to go through the cave to get to the plane crash, but maybe she find a different way. Here it's a bit interesting, but it's still a fun game, so I have to give it to them. Also, I have a question. Oh, I love questions. Why the day you look the worst is the day you find the cutest guys? But that depends. That depends on many things. First of all, what you mean by worst, for example. Because many people would say that when they are not dressed as nicely, or maybe they don't wear makeup, they look their worst. But I think there was actually a research paper testing that, and when it came to women, I do believe most people agreed that they looked more attractive with less makeup. Now, I think the researchers mostly asked men about women's appearance. However, it was noted that even the women themselves said that they thought they looked better with less makeup. I just put whatever. I was going to walk the dog and go to the store to get stuff. Oh, going outside. Ugh. Because I think I lost some presents and I was going to get more presents at last minute. Aww, poor you. But in a way, this is just my look on it, and take it with a whole heap of salt, because a monster is probably the last person to ask dating advice from. But I don't really see the point of people trying to make themselves look differently to impress someone. Because, for example, with marriage, it's rather funny in a way how let's look at an old school couple. Well, back in the day there was all the courtship and all that, but that died some time ago. But still, people try to dress nicely and do their hair and everything and behave properly and go on dates and all that. And then, especially once they get married, it becomes like, okay, we can drop the act and we can be ourselves. And that's weird to me, because in a way, some people will argue that you are trying to show your best to win over the other person. But in a way, you are trying to sell a lie that you are like that always, which is not the case for most people. So, in my own opinion, it makes much more sense to just really be yourself and do something that you enjoy to do. Not go on a date in a restaurant if you never go to restaurants, or watch a movie in the cinema if you never go to the cinema. If you have a hobby, do that. Because again, if you have a partner, or you will hopefully get a partner, because that's kind of the point of the entire dating, I'm assuming, you won't want to, that sounded weird, but it was grammatically correct, give up your hobby. So that will be a part of your life. Now, if you meet someone and you never mention to them, hey, I love, let's say, collecting cards or playing card games, and you get along so well, but then it turns out they hate everyone who plays card games, well, what do you do then? You either give up a part of you, your love for the card games, or you give up on a relationship that you partially built, but you got to this point because either purposefully or not, you didn't mention that you like card games. So that's the thing with dating that I find silly, that in many ways people, by wanting to look better, they sabotage themselves. Because once they actually find someone who wants to talk to them, they can't live up to the expectations that actually they set for themselves. And I know that sounds really rather backwards, because that's the way it works. Ooh, dates. Never had one. Okay, but there's one thing missing from your story, because you said that you went to walk the dog and go to a store. All right, but I'm assuming that that you asked about why someone would find the cutest guys when they look the worst, because something or maybe someone made you think of that question. So, did you see someone? Dreadist, I confess, the clothes I put on were basically, I can put them for 1 more hour? It's not dirty, but it's not freshly clean, so I was a bit disheveled. I mean, if you say that they were not dirty, and on a normal day you would think you can put them on for 1 more hour, then I would say that's fine. Because again, it's... the thing is... yeah, for a dog walk. Now, I have to say I don't have a... okay, let me think about that before I say something. I do have a dog, but my dog is rather special. He doesn't require walks or food. Let's not get into it. So I don't really know what the proper attire for walking the dog is. Yeah, for a dog walk, and that's what I did. Dog walk. Dog enjoyed. Well, I think then it was successful. And that's the point. But still, here's the thing. I know that the first impression is important because, oh my goodness, people are biased. But if someone likes you, they like you in the best suit or dress or whatever it is, and the most worn out t-shirt that you can find. It doesn't matter. And again, that's my look on it, because for me, I always looked at people and I don't want to say treated them, but appreciated their personality the most. I don't think looks alone can get someone really far. But I know people are rather obsessed with looks. I don't think they liked me or anything, I just found them cute. And that's wonderful. That's wonderful. And that's the interesting thing of it. As you walk around and look at someone and think, oh, they are cute, someone else possibly does the same when they look at you. You just don't know about each other. And that's why when I actually asked someone about I was watching actually a stream one day on Twitch, and there was this redeem to ask whatever you want, and I wanted to ask something out of the blue, and I asked what is your dating advice, and it was a rather good one. They said it's just go out there and be yourself, and someone will find you. And that's actually one of my what would be the right word? One of my main thoughts about dating and all that chasing love doesn't work, but you kind of have to interact with others, because most of the time you won't just receive love in the mail, except if you order something and the post person falls in love with you, which can totally happen. And I would love to talk to someone who had that happen to them, because they are the exact opposite of all of this this idea of going out. I could totally imagine someone working from home, always being home, and just ordering food or something, and let's say there's a cute guy, the postman or the courier or someone, and so they start ordering more food or tiny packages, something cheap, just so they can talk to them, and then they get married. I guess there is a romantic book like that. I'm pretty sure it exists, but it could work. Again, there is no rule. Impossible, they look at dog and say, oh, he's cute, because dog is cute. Just because the dog is cute, the person walking the dog can be cute as well. Actually, I heard once, even though I think that was about women's preferences, that a guy with a dog or any kind of pet is kind of a green flag, because that means that he can take care of someone and be responsible, which is again an interesting detail. And I always, when I hear something like that, I kind of try to memorize it, because for me people are just interesting. I never will fully understand them, I think. Well, this is a call out. No, it's not. Doesn't interact with people, doesn't date, nor look for anything. But again, I won't say that it's good or bad, because anyone can decide whether they want to actively date or not, or look for a partner or not. Some people are more than happy alone. Some people want to find some companionship, and also it doesn't necessarily matter if someone is dating, and that's why I don't say that someone has to go out dating to find someone, because just interacting with others can be enough, because that is how friendships are formed. You don't go out there dating for a friend. It's kind of this idea that the entire dating thing came about, that's special and you have to work extra hard for it. You can just meet people or talk to people, and you make friends, and that's a relationship, and you can find a partner, and you can find a mentor, and you can find all kinds of things. On the internet really all kinds of things. Half of them are rather bad. But I would say, and that could be argued, that interacting online is interacting with people as well. And I know some people who actually met online. It's probably not the ideal way of going about it, but it can happen. So I don't rule out anything. No, that's cooking. Cooking. I feel like that's one of those slang terms again the youth would use. My bestie married this year and they met online. Well, you just proven my point, which I thank you for, but it kind of goes against your point that you don't interact with people. Well, there you have it. You are online. You are on social media. You are streaming things. You actively interact with people. I was there. You don't have to yell about it. I believe you. Like, I didn't think that you made up an entire marriage, but now that you say it, well, can you tell me what the dishes were there? What kind of food they served? Just so I can make sure that you really were there. I barely do. Well, again, barely is something as well. Oh, I meant I was there when they met. I mean online. You were there. The husband met her and me at the same time. Now that is an interesting story because it's online, so I can imagine it as a group chat. And then you can say, oh, I remember when you first met. Again, it's so funny to me how the world changes, because back in the day you could have these conversations. Someone, let's say, talking to the married couple's kids or something, and they say, oh, I remember when your parents met and it was at a bar, or it was at a party, or it was in high school. And then you would come around and say, oh, I remember when your parents met. Oh, where was that? Oh, it was on Twitter. What? And it's interesting because it was at a Twitter roleplay. Wow, that's even better. And depending on the children's age, we will not progress any further. Yeah, even worse Twitter. Oh goodness. But it's funny because my old brain, when you said you were there, I right away assumed in person, physically. When I hear being there, I don't imagine a digital space because I'm old. Funny thing. But that's how the word changes. It was a decent one. It was a fantasy one. Now here's the thing. Decent as an adjective has multiple meanings. One of it being decent as in socially accepted and not questionable. The other one means that it's good, not great, but adequate. I will just assume you mean the first one because I know that you are a pure soul. Safe for work. You are implying that they were role-playing on Twitter during work hours. Wow. Just sitting in the office and role-playing on Twitter, and the boss comes around and they are like, "Don't worry, boss, it's safe for work." And so they continued and they got married. Wow. Wow indeed. I mean, that's logic that cannot be argued. But yeah, that's brilliant. I love stories like this. Really? Do we have to do this? There isn't even anything here. I mean, I can't really see it, but still. Come the fuck on. Now I'm removing price tags of the presents I bought. Because, yeah, that's a good idea. That is something I can totally agree with, because that is something I would most likely forget. Okay, I need one of these before poor Daniel dies. Okay, I think I did the thingy, but apparently I didn't do the thingy. Do I have to pull some other lever? I already pulled this lever. Is there another... Fucking bullshit. Is there another lever that I overlooked? That I did touch this. Alright, I have to stand in this thingy. These rituals are so confused. Oh my goodness. Okay, come on. Consent, Shadow. I know you don't care about it, but come on. Up it. Okay, still not it. Understood. Time for another one. At least I will enter the inner sanctum rather happily. Or better yet, in a really cheerful mood. Because I just drank like 3 bottles of laudanum. Like seriously, I did the thing. Oh, I have to stand in it. Oh, it has a timer. Dreadist writing a Google Doc. My experience with the Shadow. Yeah. They are a pain in the butt. Especially because they keep hurting my butt. Oh, come on, you big baby owl. Daniel, don't you dare die. That's one more load than fucking action. Oh, I'm sure Alexander will be freaking thrilled about this. A bad pain in the butt. Are there good pains in the butt?
Wondering if you were going to show up.
Yes, yes.
See, Agrippa convinced you to run some errands. Tell me, is everything nice and clear now? Am I the villain? Good and evil.
Well, you certainly are a nudist.
But hardly applicable. Are you so blind that you see no? Don't do that.
I'm sorry, but Twitch does not condone nudity. And even though I have no trouble with it, consent, my friend. Well, I'm the one who barged in here, but still. When you go to the bathroom and it's good. Oh my goodness! Sorry, Agrippa, I might have killed you too.
It was my greatest triumph, and I never looked back.
Wait. Oh wait, this is the questionable ending.
You think I was afraid fleeing Brandenburg? Huh. Quite the contrary.
So we just walk away with Agrippa's head? I never thought of that.
I knew it was my purgatory. Hellfire made to wash away my sins.
As I said, Daniel is rather delusional.
There's no denying the things I've done, but I have paid my tribute. I gave them that awful man. I did the right thing.
Well, with the shadow, he did, not with the people he murdered. But it's nice to see the main door open for once. A nice little detail. So once again, I don't necessarily agree with this ending. But hey, we got everything and that is what matters. Here. Fictional Games 2018. I guess that is when the games were ported to PlayStation 4 and when this collection was created. Also, Alexander, hide the pin, indeed. I mean, it is true that when it comes to main villains, there are not many whom you face in the nude. Actually, I can't name any other ones. So, that's something. But it seems that we finally did it. It took 4 streams, which is rather amazing because when I originally played this game, it took me 4 streams to play through it, and I was looking around, reading all the text, figuring out the puzzles, and making sense of everything. Here, it took me pretty much the same time, even though I didn't care about the story, or had to spend a lot of time solving the puzzles. It was just looking for the tinderboxes and searching for all of the notes. Many collectibles. Certainly. But we did it. And getting distracted, yes. Well, that's the thing. Even during my first playthrough, I'm pretty sure I had some rather long monologues about the morals of Daniel and Alexander and possibly torture instruments. So that didn't change. The end. Thank you. And we got a trophy. No, we actually got 2 trophies. And I was only expecting 1. It was a surprise delivery. So let's look at what we got. 77% to 89. Actually, let's close the game now. And give it a moment, I mean, by that, the PlayStation, to gather itself. So, 2 trophies, yes indeed. Wait a moment. What is that? You have a clapping emoji. It's so adorable. You just have to give your mascot a name. So let's see. What did we get? I do have a clapping emoji and it looks amazing. So, in theory, we got one called Quitter? Yes, Quitter. Failed to escape the cells and was consumed by the shadow in Amnesia: The Dark Descent. Now, I think I actually once read this. If I remember correctly, it wasn't a hidden trophy, so when I was scrolling through them, I saw glimpses of it. And what it is interesting here, I assumed that by the cells it meant actually staying inside of the cell and dying. And I mean, I tried that, but not because I remember this trophy. I honestly forgot about it. I guess that's fitting. But because I remembered how I played during my last playthrough, and so I wanted to figure out if you can really die in the cell. But it seems, at least to me, that it is scripted and not time-based. So the shadow moves based on certain things you do. Maybe if you mess around more, you can die inside of the cell as well. I'm not sure. But here, I just looked back because I was curious if the shadow is really following us, or what is really following us, how it looks like, what it is like, and I got this trophy, Quitter. And it shows the bars of the cell and some torches there, which are rather interesting because it almost looks like eyes. The shadow gazing towards us through the bars of the prison cell. A nice touch. Or maybe I'm just imagining things. But this was rather rare in a way. I mean, it is rarer than the endings, actually, because this ending is when we allow Alexander to escape. This is when we rescue Agrippa, and there's one more where we kill Alexander and escape, which it seems is the most common ending, because there you just kind of topple over the pillars and that's it, whereas with these you actually have to wait. I think I got this first because I was silly and I was talking about things, and there is a timer during the ending, so you have to do something, otherwise you get murdered. So this is rarer. Not as rare as the DLC endings. Here we have the Master Archivist. Read all notes in all games. With that, in theory, we have all the ones in the Dark Descent. I'm not sure which two I missed last time. I think one was definitely the one I talked about across the bridge that later on collapses. I'm not sure about the other one. But that means we have all 44 of them in the Dark Descent, hopefully. That I marked them all, but we can later on check and see if we missed any. Hopefully not. but that you can actually check in the game as well. There is no counter for how many tinderboxes you gathered, only how many you have in your inventory. But if you use up even one, you have to keep count of that separately outside of the game. With the notes and diary entries, you have them all in your notebook. So the game keeps track of those. Even though there is no counter, you can just add them up. So we have all 44 in the Dark Descent, we have all 9 in Justine, and that means we have to replay a Machine for Pigs for this trophy. Whew. That idea of replaying that game really gets me into a frolicking mood. But since this is a rather interesting trophy, requiring you to do something across games, because we have to read all notes in all games, I'm assuming the DLC as well, we need all 97 notes. I had 90 of them originally, now I have 92 and I'm missing 5 in a Machine for Pigs. 39 I gathered from the 44. So that will be another playthrough. Then we have Insanity. And we have the first one, which apparently I somehow missed, is the most common one. So we are missing only 3 trophies with the Platinum in the base game. And then we have the hard mode, which is 0.1%. It's rarer than the Platinum of the base game. And that is, I think, the hard mode of the Dark Descent. It is not the Machine for Pigs, I think, or Justine. Only the original game received that update. And based on its name, it's rather challenging. But we'll see. Maybe one day I will try to do something about it. But let's not forget that is not necessary for the Platinum. So we don't have to do it just yet. Actually, I'm not sure how difficult that playthrough would be. I really don't know what hard mode is like. I think it was described as a mode where the enemies are not necessarily stronger but faster. They are more persistent and you have less resources, including the tinderboxes, I'm assuming, and the oil, or maybe just the oil, because the tinderboxes, I mean, their number is kind of a fixed thing, or at least I would think, since I mean, there is a trophy for collecting them all, but maybe you can't collect them all in the hard mode. I'm really not sure. But overall, I think this went rather brilliantly, and I'm really happy that I even got this surprise trophy. So now I have to find someone to raid. Wait, there's a hard mode. Yes, there is. Yes, there is a hard mode, and I remember when I started the game, and I can show you, when I started the game, it even gives you the option to choose between the modes, but I just went with the classic because it was my first playthrough on stream, and I don't know if I knew about its trophy maybe I just didn't care. Most of the time I try to play every game on normal difficulty, and if I see that it's doable, then I go to higher difficulties. I don't like to start with a really high difficulty. I know some people do that. They start on the highest possible difficulty, which is kind of funny to me, because with the Resident Evil games, I know that the highest difficulty, if you want to play that, which is hardcore in most of the new remakes, to play that you have to finish the game, I think, at least once. I'm not sure if you need to do it on standard difficulty, or you can play on the easy one, which I think it's called Rookie, I'm not sure. And some people were upset about that because they just want to start the game on the highest possible difficulty, even though I'm not even sure if it's really possible to play through those difficulties without any additional help or extra items that you actually unlock by playing and completing the game. But if I'm not mistaken, and that shows how dedicated the Resident Evil game community is, or players community is, Capcom actually has a DLC for those games. I'm not sure if for the remakes, I think it was for Village, that unlocks everything. So it unlocks pretty much every extra thing that you can get in the game, which in my opinion is kind of defeating the purpose, but whatever. And that's why I never purchased those DLCs, because it's pointless for me. I want to unlock them by playing, and you can. So that's kind of just a shortcut DLC. But if I'm not mistaken, it also unlocks the highest difficulty setting. And I read trophy hunters talking about it, how you can just start with the highest difficulty if you buy that DLC, and I was thinking, wow, people are insane. I had a hard time with the higher difficulties, even after playing the games and kind of knowing what I have to do. And the Resident Evil 3 difficulties are rather extreme, in my opinion. But here it is, it has hard mode. It has normal and hard mode if you start a new game, and it says the way the game was designed to be played, that's the normal. So I think when it originally released, there was no difficulty option. It only had normal. So you just started the game up. And then you have hard mode. Enemies will spot you more easily. Tinderboxes and oil are harder to come by. So apparently the number of tinderboxes are or is lowered, which is interesting. So maybe you cannot get the trophy I got in hard mode. Or maybe if you get all of them in hard mode, you get the trophy, even though you had to find fewer of them. That could be it, even though it's a harder difficulty. Also, autosave is disabled, and saving your game costs tinderboxes. Oh yes, and losing your sanity will kill you. So yeah, this is one of those playthroughs that I think require some planning. So you know when you want to save, how many tinderboxes you will most likely have, so you can make a plan. And this is one where I would look for a guide, I think. And about the other trophy that I really was trying to get is Illuminati. 0.6% picked up every tinderbox in Amnesia, The Dark Descent. And it's rather lovely icon, shows a tinderbox with some nice backlight. And that was there, the last tinderbox that I picked up in the last area. Actually, not the furthest away, because normally you would get this one first and then move to the next room where the note is, and I think the tinderbox is on one of the shelves or bookcases, and that's the side with the machine that we have to destroy to the left bridge. So it kind of shows that I missed this one, but I'm happy that I came back for it and I got it. And with that I gathered all of the tinderboxes, and definitely it was a good idea to look for a chart with all of the areas and the number of tinderboxes and notes. It helped a lot, and I don't think that I really could have done it without it. I'm pretty sure I would have missed at least a few, because I remember I spent a lot of time in certain areas knowing that I'm missing one, and I was just going around in circles. And it's definitely doable without, but it would take a lot of playthroughs, at least for me, to find them all. And it would be extremely frustrating, because you wouldn't know where to look for them. It can be anywhere. And if you don't even know how many you are looking for, it's a guessing game. So let's say you collected 130 and you're like, okay, let's finish the game. I didn't get it, so maybe it's 131. I found a new one. Should I look for more and then finish the game? Or do I finish the game now, but maybe there are more? So it's a rather crazy trophy in that way. It is one that kind of surprised me that they included, because there is no count of them in the game, no statistics about them. But it's nice, and once again, one detail that I love about the icons and the extra work they put into them, the little frame around them. This one being gold, because this is a gold trophy, and if I'm not mistaken, this one will be a silver colored one. I'm not sure if I have a bronze one. Yes, I do have one from the base game, and that looks like this. And I'm assuming the platinum will have one as well, even though let's not forget that the frames are slightly different. I think these frames for the DLC are a bit more decorated than these ones, and the ones for A Machine for Pigs are different as well. This being a gold, this a silver, and this a bronze. I'm not even sure if the DLC has a bronze one. There's gold, silver. I'm really not sure if there is a bronze version for the DLC. I wouldn't be surprised if the developers created one, because there are 3 different versions. Except if they already knew they wouldn't include a bronze DLC for a bronze DLC? A bronze trophy for the DLC, and so they didn't waste the time making that frame. But it's a nice detail. And we got a new rarest trophy with Illuminatus. And we are at 87% in Amnesia collection. So if I want everything, I have to replay A Machine for Pigs and find all of the notes. And I have to replay The Dark Descent on hard mode. But for now, I'm rather happy that I finished this, and even a bit late. I plan to get through this playthrough on December 25th, I think, last year. But I'm happy that even a bit later, but we've got it. And now it's time to raid someone. And that someone will be Cutie Wasp playing Vintage Story. I don't know what it is, but the title says surviving on 3 berries and a mushroom per day. So it sounds rather horrifying. But for now, I thank you for joining me today. I will be back on Wednesday with Distrained 2. We are going to replay the game or start a new playthrough of the game because I missed 2 apparently missable trophies, and obviously the platinum is missing. And then on Friday we are returning to Little Nightmares, revisiting the second DLC, so I can find the 2 missing collectibles there, and then we can move on to the third DLC, hopefully the next week. This week is kind of a cleanup with many trophies, but it is going rather wonderfully. We had a great start with it today. So let me thank you for joining me today. I hope you enjoyed my trophy hunting and my ramblings about a wide variety of things. For example, torture and dating and morals and trophy hunting. Wow, I am just a rather confusing person, I guess. But hey, it was fun, and I hope you enjoyed as well. So thank you for joining me and keeping me company in the chat, redeeming some of the redeems and keeping me hydrated, and also for the 50 bits that Schmoozer cheered my way. So with that said, let's get to the raid. Please say hello to Cutie Wasp, a real cutie of a wasp. I'm sorry, that kind of just calls for it. And would you look at that, it seems Cerebot has a new dancing emoticon. Who knew that? But for now, thank you for joining me. Have a great day, and as always, good night.